I'm going to call the April 13th board meeting to order at 6 o'clock. And Ms. Murray, if you'll please do roll call.
Mrs. Wood?
Here.
Mrs. Schumacher? Here. Mrs. Anderson? Here. Dr. Franks? Here. Mr. Gardner?
Here.
Mr. Sorensen? Here. Chair Wright?
Perfect. And if you'll please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to turn the time over to Dr. Libby for Education Corner and talk a little bit about some of the recalibration impacts.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, board. Thank you. So one of the first things I'd like to start off with is to kind of say that if we had any really solid information from the state yet, we would be able to present a little bit more factual information. We still got a lot of things that are up in the air as far as recalibration is as it goes. But I wanted to talk about two different spaces as far as where our funding comes from. So in the new bill, they have funds that are considered siloed and unsiloed. Siloed funds were funds that were specifically set aside for certified staff and instructional positions. And then there's non-siloed funds, which is for all of the rest, basically. It is maintenance, it is food service, it is technology. It's all of the other departments outside of the true instructional strategy places. When we look at our silo funds, when Mr. Gonzalez and I have gone through it, the funding that we have from this year and the funding that we're going to get for next year is actually pretty close. Our current spending and our spending that we're going to receive for the following year, we're within about $1.3 million of each other. So out of the silo funds that would go for teachers and straight up instructional staff members, we're actually pretty solid there. When you start getting into the non-siloed funds, which is the funds that were not set aside for and that we have limited money that was provided for the school district as to what they're funding us for, but what we've actually had in the past, we're going to be in the red about $2.6 million, which means we will be picking that up from somewhere within our own general ed funds. Again, I would love to say that this is actually spot on, but there's still a lot of questions out there that they're supposed to ask. So in the past, when this was occurring, those funds that would cover those before were funds that came from insurance. Previously, the state funded everybody in the school district on insurance. All 660 of our members, we receive funding for them for our insurance. This coming year, we're not receiving funding for all of our employees. We're only receiving funding for the employees that actually take money for insurance through us. So in the past, we got about $11 million from the state for all of our funding. This year, we're going to get about six-ish, 5.5, 6-ish. So we're going to be about $5 to $5.5 million short of the funding that we normally got from the state for insurances. So what that means for us is we're self-insured. We have a piggy bank that helps us pay for those. We have funds that we can continue to cover that. So we'll be fine for the first year. When you look at the rest of it, so you start looking at our self-insured funds, the state's going to pay X amount for each person, whether it is a single employee or it's an employee child or it's a family. The state gives us different sets of amounts for those. Each of those amounts are less than what our actual insurance costs us. So to average out, when I was working with Mr. Gonzalez, we figure it's about $5,000 difference between what the state's giving us per plan and what we actually pay for. It's a little bit higher in some of them. It's a little bit lower in some others. So we figure between what our insurance covers and what's coming from the state, we're also pitching in about $3 million. That's also going to come out of our self-insured funds. So we had a meeting last week with our insurance agents. We are looking at some potential changes that would be coming up for the fall. And then we are going to start looking at our insurance plan as we move forward to see if we can get our numbers a little bit closer and our program for our insurance a little bit closer to what the state funds are actually going to cost us without it actually impacting the quality of the program and our insurance that we provide. So the siloed funds there, again, everything that's in there for the teachers, we're actually pretty solid. The non-siloed, we've got some work that we're going to need to do on our budgets to make sure that we can hit our numbers. We are very thankful that in tech, is it Mac or Apple? Apple. So yeah, they came out with these new neons. So right now our Neos, sorry. Neon's a car. We're not giving kids cars. So the MacBooks cost about $1,000. The Neos are about $400. So we're going to save about $500,000 on our new purchase of computers for students that are coming through. It is basically their version of a Chromebook in essence. So it's kind of a scaled down MacBook, but we're going to save about 50% right there. So we're going to save about $500,000 straight off the top right there in our tech, which is going to put a pretty big dent into what we're looking at. And then the insurance piece, like I said, we're just going to continue to work on that. We're self-insured and we have a piggy bank that will cover most of this. And like Mr. Gonzalez has said before, we're pretty good for this coming year, 26, 27. We shouldn't have any issues at all. But we need to start planning now for 27, 8 and beyond if we don't have any changes from state legislation as to how our finances and our budget is going to go. So with that, I could try to answer questions. Most of them are going to be kind of wait and see what the state gives us. But right now I want to give folks as an update, like we're pretty solid across the board and we've got a good plan in place as far as how we can move forward, not only for this coming year, but we've got negotiations that are coming up. We've got a good plan in place with the union as to how we're going to manage that as well. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Yeah, and I just say for our board to understand, we're pretty fortunate that we're able to do some of this next year and not be so impacted. From a state perspective, I've heard of a lot of districts that are going to suffer right off the bat. So it's something for the community and our board as a whole, as we're looking at legislators and legislation going forward, that we really understand the impact, not just to us locally, but how that impacts everybody. And I'd also echo that some of the uncertainty and not having all the answers now will play into some of the messaging later, but it really requires us to take a look at exactly how we're going to structure, our organization going forward and what that's going to look like. So any other questions, comments? Okay, great. With that, I will also let Dr. Libby cover our superintendent highlights.
All right, thank you. Always try to start off with our enrollment. We have our 192 across the street in pre-K. We've got 4592 this April, down from 4607. So our enrollment continues to still drop here a little bit every month. We continue to track that as we move forward. A fistful of highlights. We want to thank Fox Ranch up in Farson. We had a beef donation, which is huge for us in that program up there. So we wanted to thank Fox Ranch for that. We also had in food nutrition, we had a chef come in and do some cooking lessons for some of our kitchen staff. And we have some new scratch cooking items that are going to hit the menu possibly later this year and into next year. We're going to start doing some more scratch cooking, which is great. This is a fun one. We reached out because I've asked this question a few times. We live in the state of Wyoming, and I continue to catch myself more than I catch fish, fly fishing. And there is a fly fishing project in the state, which is basically a club for fly fishing for students. So we've reached out to them, and we're going to look into starting a fly fishing club for our students and possibly me, so I can actually catch something other than myself. Because this is a great place to do this, and it's a great opportunity. We had a bass fishing club when we were back home in Iowa. It's a great opportunity for our kids that love to do this already as an outdoor activity. Keeps people away from watching TV and doing some other stuff. So it'd be great to get them out in the community and try this. So we're gonna do that. I want to give a heads up to our seniors. The foundation scholarships are due April 26th. There's a list of foundation scholarships on the foundation website on our school district webpage. You can go to them, and there's a description of each of the foundation scholarships, and then there's a link right there that you can fill out online. Closing date is April 26th. Please take advantage of some of those. We got YTOP testing starting April 14th for all of our schools. There's a random mix, but that's the opening day for them. And then we've got transportation. We are now up to 50% of our buses have our over-the-road buses that we take for events have our stickers on the sides of them now. We had 2 more buses that we finished, so we're about 50% of our way through. And we continue to get our logos on all of our school buses so that when we show up to traveling events, folks know who we are. Then I have some Rock Springs Junior High awards here and some recognitions. We had middle school swim conference results. The girls team placed 6th overall. Kendall Moore set 3 new school records in the 50 freestyle, the 100 freestyle, and the 200 freestyle. The boys team placed 2nd overall. The medley relay team, Brock Gilson, John Crofts, Kiefer Crumpton, and then Eli Wiedner set a new school record. The I-80 track meet, huge thanks for the coach and all the staff that made that event successful. They hosted 14 teams and 659 athletes participated. Man. And then student supports and community generosity. Wanted to thank Josh Sorensen for donating Dickey's Barbecue and gift cards for the students during the donkey basketball. So thank you so much. With that, that is the end of the superintendent's highlights. Oh, no, I do have one more. Hey, in front of you, there was a conversation around board workshops. And normally we do board workshops. We're here. We've been in this room when we've done them and topics have been picked. And you asked me how we've done these in the past and where I've been in different places. And we've done a lot of board workshops where we go out to the schools and take about 45 minutes to an hour. You go to a school, you have an opportunity to meet the students, hear what's going on in those buildings, walk the schools, talk to the kids, and kind of get a little bit more acclimated and familiar with the school district. I put a draft in front of you as to how we would break up our schools, maybe over a 2-year cycle, as to how we wanted, if you wanted to do this. Because we have so many buildings, you're going to have to do some back-to-backs. So there may be some dates in here, like a September, October, or November. We do some back-to-back dates, or maybe March, April, May. I try to stay out of the winter months for those obvious reasons. And in those winter months, we would probably try to stay a little bit closer to town. But I threw them all on there just for a look. If you have some feedback or you want me to jockey or adjust, if this works, great. I'll fill in the rest of those K3s and the 4-6s and drop some names in there. District leadership meeting, we already spoke about this. I think it's a great idea. We could put a little agenda together for how they're going to run. But I think this would be a great opportunity for the board to continue to make those connections out at the school with the students, the staff, really see what's happening in some of those buildings, and just to have a little bit more engagement with the community there. So that's it in front of you. If you have any questions or you want to shoot me any emails, feel free to do so. And I'll take the notes down, pitch them back out. We'll try to get a plan together to start for the next year. So with that, I haven't anything else. So I'll stand for questions.
Any questions? Okay, great. So we'll move on to board reports. I first want to welcome Aurora Salazar. She's from Black Butte High School. She's a freshman and she's the student council president. So welcome, Aurora, for being here. Yeah. And we've already kind of had the chat, but if Aurora wants to contribute or whenever she needs to leave, she'll do so. But we're really happy to have you. So thank you so much for joining us. From my perspective, a couple of things real quick, just for the board reminder. April 27th and 28th is our Lee Pritzel board training. That's from 5 to 9 p.m. I am assuming and hoping that everybody can be there, really looking forward to it. And following that, and it kind of goes back to our book study. There's a lot of discussion around the board evaluations, and I think that we'll follow up our workshop with that process in May. The other thing I'll say, because of that and some additional things that we're going to have going on this month, there will not be a fireside chat. So we will postpone that for this month and look at picking it back up in May. With that, I'll turn it over to Melissa. Do you have any board reports?
Hi, good evening. Happy Monday. I don't have anything tonight. Thank you.
That was too easy. Dr. Franks.
Good evening, everyone. So I just wanted to comment on the last fireside chat that we had at Aspen. I think this one was the best so far. Of just kind of sitting back and listening to people's concerns. Um, the 3 board members that were there, I think we learned a lot. And trust me, these are not going to go on deaf ears. So we just ask you to kind of please be patient with us because things are still in the making of what's going on. The committees that we talked about and so forth are going to be up and ramping. I did speak to Dr. Libby about it here a few weeks ago with the public involvement and so forth. So there's some really kind of cool ideas specifically for the food committee that's sitting out there, which I'm excited about. So we'll keep you posted on that. But they are not going to go anywhere. But I just wanted to tell you thanks for coming to the fireside chats and bringing your ideas to it.
Thank you, Dr. Franks. Josh.
Was it a better fireside chat because I wasn't there? No. Where's my feelings? My only report would have been on the health insurance committee meeting. And I think Dr. Libby did a really good job of already summing up the biggest challenges that health insurance is facing. I really feel good about we have the districts engaged some good people to actually help us make moves and decisions and brokers like that. So I think we'll be all right, but it'll be interesting times going forward.
Thanks, Josh. Angelica?
I do have one comment from the fireside chat. I was there last time and it went well, I thought. Good conversations. We do invite more to come and express and have the conversation with us. And I was going to be a part of the next one, but it's postponed. So hopefully going forward, I will be at that one too.
You will.
I might be out of
Danielle.
town.
I just have one from the policy committee. It was pretty short and sweet for our meeting this last time. However, the one thing that I'd like to know is we are looking at the policy JFCN. More than anything, we're looking at cell phone policy. Some people may know we had some change in legislation in regards to cell phones and what has to be done with our students and what the school districts are required to do. But with that, we're also looking at trying to make that transition, since we do have a policy, also coincide with our student handbooks, mainly at the secondary level, having some better enforcement and ability to make sure that things aren't just within the discretion of certain individuals, and instead the admin is going to be able to enforce more like we've talked and what we've progressed up here with the board over the last almost 2 years now when it comes to cell phone uses within the school district.
Thanks, Danielle. And then attached to the agenda is the BOCES 5 executive summary report, if you'll take a look at that as well. And with that, we'll go ahead and move on to recognition. Ms. Gunter? Oh, Ms. Tolman, are you doing it? Both of you. Who's doing it?
You guys would please join us down here. Gotta see if I can use my bifocals. I don't think so. Okay, Aurora Salazar is our student representative from Black Butte High School. We would like to thank Aurora for joining the Board of Trustees this evening and sharing a fresh student perspective. Aurora's attendance sends a positive message to all of the student body to become involved in a respectful way. Our students are capable of great things. Civic engagement is one of those things. Thank you, Aurora. March Rock Springs High School Staff Member of the Month. Riley Padilla, art teacher at Rock Springs High School, was selected as our Staff Member of the Month for March based on a strong outpouring of student nominations that consistently highlighted both his impact in the classroom and the relationships he builds with students. Across multiple nominations, students describe Mr. Padilla as one of the best teachers they've ever had, emphasizing his ability to explain content clearly and make learning accessible. Students noted that he takes the time to ensure they truly understand, not just complete the work, and that he is always willing to help when they are struggling. Beyond instruction, what stood out most was how students feel in his classroom. They describe Mr. Padilla as respectful, approachable, and genuinely supportive. Students shared that they feel comfortable asking questions, seeking help, and being themselves, something that doesn't happen by accident, but through intentional effort and care. Students also recognize Mr. Padilla's commitment beyond the classroom. He is a frequent presence at athletic events, supporting students in their activities and showing up for them in a meaningful way outside of the school day. What makes this recognition especially meaningful is that it reflects consistency. Students didn't just mention a single moment, they described an ongoing experience of being supported, respected, and challenged to succeed. Mr. Padilla represents the kind of teacher who not only delivers strong instruction, but also creates an environment where students feel valued and capable. That combination is what makes a lasting difference. This year, Rock Springs Junior High has been proud to strengthen a peer-led strengths-based prevention program known as Sources of Strength, which was previously brought to your attention. Since that time, more than 40 students have committed themselves to this meaningful work while participating in numerous meetings and preparing for what is now nearly their 5th school-wide campaign. Through their efforts, they have helped shift the focus for all junior high students from focusing on negative risk factors to positive protective factors, emphasizing resilience, connection, and personal attributes. While each of these students is truly commendable, we would like to offer special recognition to the following individuals. These students went above and beyond by dedicating additional time, preparation, and effort to extend their positive influence beyond the school day. They willingly stepped into vulnerable situations such as public speaking and outreach outside of the school to ensure messages of support, hope, and help reached others. They either presented and introduced the program to the Sweetwater County School District's #1 school board, or they participated in a parent-student night for suicide prevention using the QPR program, and afterwards sat as a panel while explaining sources of strengths, purpose, and campaigns. This work is outstanding and so important. We are proud to recognize the following students for their leadership, courage, and commitment to make a difference. Sophia Sturdivant, Brinley Robertson, Paul Niedringhaus, Kennedy Britt, Riley McLaren York, Caleb Osborne, Mila Dupape, Milo Terry, Nathan Wiswell, Sincere Moss, and our adult advisors, Melissa Bates, Beth Bliss, Coral Hewler. Coordinator and incredible support, Annie Fletcher. So thank you guys. Yes, nice to meet you. I'm so proud of you guys. I love this. Oh, you all. Nice to meet you. Hi. Congratulations. Thank you guys. It's such important work. Oh, I've been there, man. Congratulations. Oh, they're so awesome.
Thank you for
All righty. Farson Eden High School girls basketball team is proud to honor the incredible accomplishments and leadership of our student athletes. Cadence Jones, 2-time All-Conference. Olivia Goicolea, 4-time All-Conference, 2-time All-State. Sophia Goicolea, first-time All-Conference and All-State. Beyond their success on the court, these athletes demonstrate remarkable leadership through their involvement in student council and other extracurricular activities. Their dedication, talent, and character makes them true role models for our school community. Congratulations, Cadence, Olivia, and Sophia. We would like to recognize Cohen Asper. Cohen captured the state title in the 100 free, setting a new pool record and earned second place in the 50 free with a new school record. That's my nephew's best buddy. He goes to my mom's for lunch. He's so tall. Yeah. Woohoo, Cohen!
You guys have to come back.
Picture. Mom needs a picture. Rock Springs High School administrators. Rock Springs High School would like to recognize 2 girl wrestling state winners. Rylan Plant, All-State and State Championship at 105 pounds. Sarah Eddy, All-State and State Champion at 155 pounds. Congratulations, girls. I should have just stayed. I'm impressed with you getting up there, Kendra. She makes it look easy. Yeah, she's so cute. We would like to recognize our 8th grade boys basketball team for winning the Southwest Middle School Conference Basketball Tournament and also going undefeated this season. Coaches, Darcy Bath, Fred Bath, Mark Bedard. Players, Daxton Angelovic, Dion Bridewell, Xavier Coletti, Landon Davis, Nolan Fouts, Camden Homer, Everett Pugmire, Darius Swenson, Arian Acosta, Arian Rodriguez, Jackson Smith, and Lyndon Schumacher. Go to bed now. That's awesome. Go to bed now. All righty. This evening, we continue a tradition of honoring employees that have worked for Sweetwater Number One for 30 years. From Farson, Jody Burnett, and Chris Winward. From, one at a time. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead. We clapped anyway. Thank you. From Rock Springs High School, Jennifer Wilmetti. From Rock Springs Junior High, Andrea Carroll. Wait. You gotta go through the line, sister. Dang, I'm at 11 and exhausted. From Stagecoach Elementary, Connie Johnson. And from Walnut Elementary, Gina Comstock. Good job. Are you gonna do a selfie? And that concludes our recognition. Thank you, everybody.
I'm gonna give them just one more minute here to file out. All righty. Before we move on to our agenda approval, the board has a message here that we'd like to share with everybody. So I'm going to kick this off. The Wyoming State Constitution begins with a Declaration of Rights, which obligates the state of Wyoming to provide citizens with the opportunities to obtain a public education. As a board of trustees entrusted to provide for that education in Sweetwater County School District Number 1, we acknowledge our responsibility to provide for schools open to the children of the district and to provide a high quality of education. We take pride in the commitment and dedication to our students evidenced by our teachers, special educators, counselors, administrators, instructional coaches, nurses, psychologists, therapists, nutrition, transportation, custodial, and maintenance staff. We also acknowledge and respect the role that parents must play in a child's education. As a board of trustees, we regard the district's responsibility to achieve academic excellence for all as a primary obligation. The ability of all students to learn and perform to the best of their ability is the foundation we hope to build for their future.
As trustees, our role is fundamentally a legislative function to prescribe and enforce the rules, regulations, and policies for the governance of the schools. However, our actions must also be consistent with the requirements of law and policy impacting public education, which is one of the most heavily regulated sectors in the government. Public education must be compliant with intense oversight and specialized reporting and staffing regulations from various federal, state, and local authorities. A recent example of that oversight is the special education monitoring process, which the Wyoming Department of Education conducted. We are currently awaiting any recommendations from that monitoring process. When we receive those results, we will review and evaluate what actions or improvements are necessary to best serve students. We recognize from some of the questions and comments directed to us that some of our residents are impatient with the process of governance. The desire for immediate action must be tempered by our obligations to investigate and hear from all sides regarding any issue. Furthermore, we cannot ignore the requirements of law and regulation, whether it involves parental rights, students' rights, personnel, or disciplinary issues. Our ultimate objective is guided by what is in the best interest of our students.
Another constraint that the district faces, which impacts all students in the state, is the change to the Wyoming system of education finance resulting from the legislators' actions in the recent budget session. Beginning on July 1, the fundamentals of Wyoming's previously court-approved block grant system will be significantly changed, resulting in restricted grant model, which removes some local control over how revenues are expended after distribution by the state. Among the changes is a reduction in certain reserve funds and restrictions in how other funds are used for facilities. This requires a careful review of our budget and allocations for the immediate future as we discover the impact of the new finance system.
In all of our life experiences, so many of us can point to that one teacher or other education staff member who inspired, challenged, or motivated our future. These life mentors are people who we remember for their ability to personalize the experience of being in a classroom. Sweetwater One has had a vivid history of building such success, which we as board members wish to continue to preserve. We note that the new president of the University of Wyoming, Brigadier General Shane Reeves, is a Rock Springs High School graduate.
As trustees, we believe in our community and its future. The foundation of that future is formed by the students in our schools today and tomorrow. As we embark on reviewing and improving our services to those students, improving graduation rates, and meeting the challenges of a technological future, we want to act carefully and with the express purpose of providing a high-quality education in the best environment that we can possibly create. We recognize the challenges, but cannot be distracted by opinion. Our challenge is to move forward with constructive feedback and support, guided by that singular message of providing a high-quality education. We hope all the district stakeholders, parents, students, and staff will join us in working together to build that future.
With our focus on that future and in the face of the budgetary uncertainty brought about by the legislative recalibration process, we are going to consider briefly pausing some of the traditional steps involving contracted employees that prepare for the upcoming school year. By law, April 15th is a deadline to notify initial contract teachers of the status of their employment for the coming year. Therefore, we will proceed with that agenda item. Also by law, teachers who are subject to continuing contract status under Wyoming's teacher employment law are employed on a continuing basis from year to year without annual contract renewal. For the remaining contract staff, the board will entertain a motion to table those contract renewals until our May regular meeting to permit the board and the administration time to review budgetary and organization needs that may best address not only the coming 2026-2027 school year, but our immediate future needs in the district. We don't undertake this action lightly, but we do so in full awareness of our responsibilities to meet the needs of our students, staff, and stakeholders in providing a quality education.
To that end, before we take action on the agenda, I wish to pull item L, approval of the certified administrative staff recommended for rehire for the 2026-2027 school year from the consent agenda. The purpose of removing this item would be to allow the board to consider it for approximately 30 days with the intent to bring it back for consideration at the May board meeting. This would provide the board additional time to fully consider the district's financial outlook, including the information being presented this evening by the superintendent regarding the state's recent recalibration and changes to the funding model. So with that in mind, I move to remove consent agenda item L, approval of the certified administrative staff recommended for rehire for the 2026-2027 school year from the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Franks. Any further discussion on this? Okay, so all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes, and I'd like to close with this. To all those that are impacted by this, we're asking for your patience. These are interesting times we find ourselves in, and as a board, we are trying to be careful, methodical, and purposeful about our decisions as we move forward. So with that, we're going to move forward with our agenda, and I need to have a motion to approve the agenda as presented, including the addendums. It's been moved by Dr. Franks. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Sorensen. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. So we will move forward with our superintendent's reports, and we will start with our Upbeat survey. I assume they're online. We are. Hi, Dave.
We are here.
Hi, Kylie.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Actually, yes. All right. Let's see. Okay, I think you're seeing. Okay, great. Sorry, we are a Zoom first. So Google always takes me one moment. Hi, everyone. My name is Kylie Shapiro-Davis. I am the COO at Upbeat. And a part of my role is making sure that all the districts we partner with get everything they need out of their partnership with Upbeat. So the coaches that are on the call tonight work directly with principals and with the district leaders, and I'll let them introduce themselves. But I also have a background in education, used to be a teacher, and served on school leadership teams before joining the Upbeat team. But nice to see you all tonight. I will pass it over to Kim and Dave.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kim Marucci. I work directly with the principals and the supervisors of the departments. We do coaching conversations, and we look at the Upbeat survey results. My background, I've been in education. Well, I've recently retired, so yay for me, and gives me opportunity to do more of this. But I was a French teacher. If anybody speaks French, I'd love to talk to you afterwards. A French teacher, principal of an elementary school, assistant principal of a high school, a director of curriculum and instruction for a K-12 school district, and also a dean of academic affairs for a 2-year college. So I'm glad to be with you tonight, and I look forward to sharing the results with all of you.
Thanks, Kim, and good evening to everybody in Wyoming from Southeastern Virginia. I'm Dave Gaston. This is my 36th year in education. I've done, probably the gamut of everything from 6-12 history of social science teacher to assistant principal at elementary, middle, and high school levels for about 17 years. Assistant superintendent for student services, for accountability, and last post spent about 6 or 7 years as a district superintendent here outside of Richmond, Virginia. It was a wonderful operation, wonderful district that I was serving. And after 30 years, went into consulting. So I've been with Upbeat now for the past 5 years, working with leadership coaching and leadership consulting, and love it. It's been great. I get to work with a great group of people, and I'm honored here to be tonight to see you all and to share with you all some of the data that we have.
So we'll start by just a couple of quick slides about Upbeat. I know that many of you are quite familiar with Upbeat, and we've been working with the district for a couple of years, but I will go ahead and just give a quick background in case anyone is less familiar. Then we'll talk about the engagement survey, and we'll talk about that was the survey that the majority of your staff took. We'll talk that through with what teachers shared, what staff just shared, and departmental. employees shared. And we'll talk about the participation rate in that survey, as well as some areas that have grown and some areas of strength and opportunities. We'll do a similar for the school leader results. So Kim will walk us through the engagement survey results, and Dave will walk us through the school leader survey results. I'll kick us off by just sharing a little bit about Upbeat. So essentially at Upbeat, we have research-backed surveys. We partner with a team of professors who've identified the key areas that impact teacher retention and employee retention in K through 12 environments. And they've taken those, they've turned those into literature reviews and into the studies that into the surveys that we administer with districts. We partner that with the leadership coaching. So Dave and Kim, both former principals, have held district leadership roles. And that we feel is a really impactful and important part of this partnership, is taking the data and then working with people who have been in the shoes that the principals are in and the district leaders are in, and helping to come up with strategies and suggestions to improve satisfaction and retention. And we've seen this work in districts across the country. So a couple of things as we're talking about the results tonight to keep in mind. One thing is that we use something called an engagement score, which we won't really speak much to tonight specifically, but that score is an aggregate score of all of the categories on the survey. And we see that as that increases, we know that is correlated with increased teacher retention rates. So essentially, when we're talking about schools that are seeing a lot of growth, we know that, again, this is logical, we would hope this, but our research has proven this as well, that leads to higher teacher retention rates. Another thing to keep in mind tonight is that we published this research a couple of years ago, and we did another study this past academic year with some of our largest district partners, Jefferson County Public Schools, Greenville County Public Schools, and Austin ISD. And what we found there was that as that engagement score, which is again that research-based score, as that score grew, that was correlated with increased student achievement. And that was even if you remove other potential variables there, that stayed consistent. So this is just showing that study. I won't go into this too much more detail, but essentially thinking about the piece here that Upbeat is research-based, and that research is proven to be correlated to teacher retention and student achievement. So it just kind of helps ground the results today that we're going to be speaking about. So you all started the partnership in the spring of 2023 and administered the first surveys at that point. Since the beginning of the partnership, you all have administered 6 engagement surveys, 5 school leader surveys, and 3 school year exit surveys. So that's at the end of each academic year. And you've gotten over 2,000 teacher survey responses, well over 2,000 staff and departmental responses, and 97 principal and assistant principal responses over the time that you've surveyed with Upbeat. So you have a lot of data to look at, and we'll be sharing some of that tonight. The other thing about your partnership, and that we've heard, has been shared on your end as well, we survey the principals after they meet with Kim. In this case, the principals work directly with Kim. And this is the feedback that they've shared. So we're really excited and proud that principals feel like this is a good use of your time. You can see that they're feeling like it helps them accomplish their goals, that the reports are very high quality, that they're responsive to the questions, and that 100% agree that their consult with Kim was helpful. And you can just see a couple there. I won't go into all of them. I actually couldn't even fit all of them, all the comments that they wrote about Kim on here, but essentially it seems like your principals are finding this to be a valuable tool, and that's very important to monitor this closely, because we know principals are incredibly busy. If they're not finding something to be useful, then we need to be altering our services. So that's just a bit of background about Upbeat and the partnership that Upbeat and Sweetwater have had so far. I'll turn it over now to Kim to talk a little bit about the actual results in the fall. And Kim, I can't remember, this might be me too. I'm sharing, so I can't see my notes, but your participation was really, really strong in the fall. You can see that the teachers had a 93% participation rate. Your non-instructional staff, those are employees that work at a school but are not teachers, they were at 82%, and your department were at 89%. So really, really impressive. Impressively high participation. I would say especially when the non-instructional department, those are categories that we tend to see lower scoring in the completion rates there. So really excited to dive into the data more. Okay, this is still me, Kim. Okay, sorry, the sharing the screen and everything. Okay, so this is just going over the teacher and NI staff retention rates. You all shared this information with us about resignations. But I think what we want to highlight here is that since the beginning of the partnership, there has been growth in and the work that you all are doing. There has been growth in there's been a reduction in the number of resignations and growth in the percentage of employees that are staying year over year and your retention rates. So you're seeing that, you started at 91%, this last year were at 92%, the year before 94%, and especially with non-instructional staff, seeing that really impressive growth there and staying in the high 90s. So again, we know that we're working closely with the district. We know that Dr. Libby and so many others have done so much already to work on the culture here, and it's showing in the results here.
Now it's me.
Now it's you.
Okay. So I'm really thrilled. I've been working with everybody through the 3 years, so 6 administrations of this survey. So it's really exciting for me to see the growth. And then one thing I want to say before I share all of these numbers is this is why the district is engaging in these mentoring opportunities for the principals and the district supervisors. As you can see, when you look at this, growth since the beginning of the partnership, we have parent-teacher communication, school safety and order, work-life balance, evaluation, belonging and well-being, care and commitment, and collaboration. And you can see that these categories, they have improved monumentally since the beginning of the survey administration. So it's so nice for me to see these results and to have the great conversations I'm having with the leaders in your districts. One thing I do want to mention in particular is the school safety and order category. I know we think of that sometimes as teacher to principal and what's happening in a school, but I want to share with you that this is not only about that, but more so about teacher to teacher. And so it's about teachers holding each other accountable for what's happening across the school, and for students who are not in their classrooms, but when they see things happening, are they willing to say, hey, let's focus on a more positive behavior. So I think that that's worthy of mentioning at this point. So yeah, and also, so these are the categories that grew monumentally. There are also categories that stayed consistent. So no drop, no growth, but they were autonomy, resources, and facilities. And that's important too, because I think sometimes we think everything needs to grow over time. And we want to see that, yes, but it takes time. And we all know when you're making changes for the positive specifically, it takes a while for those changes to show some kind of, momentum. So it's also important to say if something's staying steady, that's also good. So I just wanted to share that with you. On the next slide, if you're ready, Kyle. Yeah, thank you. All right. So in this slide, what I want to share here is just a little bit of background about the survey itself. So there are domains, if you will, on the survey itself, and within each domain there are specific questions. So some categories have 2 questions, some have 3, some have 7. It depends. So when you look at this, you have this is strengths for teachers, responses that we received. So self-efficacy as a domain overall, 87% positive. And specifically, if you look across, this gets a little cumbersome, I know at times, but question 39 within the survey, so there's a couple of questions, but one in particular, I feel successful at supporting my students' academic development. That was 90% positive in fall of 2025, which was the last survey administration. And that's a 6% increase from fall, so year over year, fall of 2024. Year over year, 6% increase. When you look at care and commitment, you have 92% overall positive. Question 82, teachers take shared responsibility for the overall success of my school. That was 87% positive, which was a 12% increase from fall of 2024, year over year. That's huge. So commend everybody for that. And equal opportunities, 91% positive overall. And this is something that the district was working on and continues to work on, but it's obvious that they were working on it because question 79, opportunities are accessible to all teachers at my school, regardless of their race, ethnicity, culture, or other aspects of personal identity. That's 95% positive, up 2% from fall of 2024. So that's amazing also. So great results. And that's teachers, areas of strength. So when we go to areas of opportunity for teachers, we always look at ways we can still grow, opportunities for growth, opportunities for making things better. We have the domain of professional development, which was 70% positive. Question 25 specifically was the professional development organized by my district helps me improve my teaching. So that was 62% positive overall and 7% increase from fall of 2024 year over year. So that number might not look huge to you, but 7% increase is huge. I mean, that's a celebration. Appreciation, 70% again, overall positive. Question 31, teachers are recognized publicly when they do outstanding work. 73% positive for fall of 2025, but an 8% increase from fall of 2024. So they're making serious gains in that area also. And work-life balance, this is always a difficult one, challenging, 67% positive. And question 33 is the workload expected of teachers at my school is reasonable. So that's 60% positive overall. But even though it says 60%, we need to honor the growth. And it's 2% growth since fall of 2024. So I think that's celebration worthy also. So as we move to the strategic plan of the district, we always want to honor that because we want to support and be a partner in, helping the district achieve what their initiatives are. So we know that one of the areas, a focus area, was belonging and well-being. And so in my conversations, we had discussions around this, and the staff reported 85% positive responses on the climate survey in regards to their emotional well-being. So if you look at this, these are the questions. So this kind of explains to you what I was saying earlier about the domain. So the domain is belonging and well-being, but there are 4 questions in there. And so when you say I'm able to successfully manage the stress of my job, it's up 79%. I have ways to prevent the stress of my job from being detrimental to my mental health. That's up 5%. I feel like I belong at my school, up 6%. And people at my school care about me. That's up 6%. So that's from fall 2024 to fall 2025. So there's incremental successes in these questions. And I think as we continue to work with the teachers and the principals, we'll see even more growth in the coming surveys. And then Sweetwater, the action plans. Next slide, Kelsey. Thank you. So we have both principals and department leaders. And so as you look at this, when I work with everybody, principals and department leaders, we focus on areas that are celebration worthy. I always start with that because I think it's very important. So we look back at what they chose in the prior survey for their areas for growth and where they have opportunities to celebrate, like what has increased from that last time you met and what you chose as your focus areas. And what we chose in general were school safety and order. There were 6 individuals who chose that. Parent-teacher communication, 4 individuals. Parent-teacher trust, 4. Appreciation, 4. Collaboration, 4. And evaluation, 4. And when you look at the right to that pie, you see 95% of the areas demonstrated growth from fall 2024 to fall 2025. So that's huge. I encourage them to select things that they think they can manage. I don't want them to select too many things because when we focus on too many things, it's way too much and we can't make growth. We kind of need to focus on a few things that we know we can make a huge impact on. And so I think this is very telling that they chose those things and they were able to manage them. And that's a great number, 95%. It's great. I love it. So a lot of celebration there for sure.
I will now go over looking at different groups of staff. So now we're going to look at both your school-based staff. So those are people who work in a school but are not a teacher. And then your departmental-based staff. So those could be, any staff that's not school-based that's working in a department in the district. So one thing that you'll see is a trend across these two groups is an area of strength with self-efficacy. So the category was 88% positive for your school-based staff and 86% positive for your department-based staff. And you're seeing that question around feeling successful as an employee. It was 88% positive for your school-based staff and 86% positive for department. So again, definitely something to celebrate there, feeling that self-efficacy at work. And belonging and well-being was a category that was an area of strength specifically for your school-based staff. 92% of your school-based staff reported that they feel like they belong at their school. And then satisfaction and purpose for your department-based staff was an area of strength. 90% of them said that they feel a sense of purpose in the work they do each day. So again, a high level, you're seeing kind of across these two categories, a high level of satisfaction and self-efficacy in the roles and belonging in the schools that they're working in. So a lot to celebrate there. Similarly, we will also share some potential areas of opportunity the district could consider for school-based staff and for department-based staff. So one of those that you'll see in both of these groups is employee voice and leadership. This is one that we commonly see in districts. We know it can be really challenging to find different ways to give voice to to all employees, especially when making decisions. And you'll see that there, in both these groups, there's the question pulling out around either administrators at my school making important decisions in my department or at my school, and consulting employees and seeking input. So you can see that that was at 64% positive for your school-based staff and 59% positive for your department-based staff. Professional development was an area that your school-based staff cited as well. Specifically this one around the school's leadership team helping using PD to help them improve their work was at 53% positive. And then flipping back to your department-based staff, resources and facilities, that was at 70% positive. So it was still overall positive, relatively positive question, but one of the lower scoring on the survey.
Moving on over to the school leader results, a separate survey for your school leaders, your assistant principals and principals. The data from this also contains some pretty great celebrations and some very interesting conclusions as to what's happening and trending across Sweetwater SD. There was 100% across the board participation from both sets of administrators in the building. So right off the bat, these results you can take them to the bank. They are solid. These are very, very, incredible results. You don't get participation rates like this in a lot of districts. So in and of itself, that was a celebration to begin with. And so when you take a look at what this produced, we're looking at 1 year of growth between fall 24 and fall 25. These are some phenomenal gains. When you take a look at gains, again, statistically significant gains are plus or minus 3% when you take a look at stats. When you consider the fact that you have gains in the double digits, these just didn't happen one day because you woke up. These are deliberate, these are intentional. These happen because there's careful planning and there's definitely direction and strategy that's being involved and incorporated here in some of these categories. So areas like professional development in a 1 year period, that carried a 33-point growth among your school leaders. Categories like resources and facilities, 21%. Collaborative practice and collaboration, 27%. Evaluation, a 21% increase. So when you take a look at these categories, these are some phenomenal growth rates within a 1 year period that, again, just want to congratulate the district and the leaders for the work that they're doing and for the opportunities that they have to reflect on that success in this survey. It's very well done and a great job for you all. Couple of areas of strength that really were highlighted in the data. And again, these are just kind of snapshots of a few of them that come out of here, but definitely noteworthy. PD, professional development. Professional development, of course, it's a linchpin. It's a real hinge to everything that happens across the district. Overall, that domain was an 88% positive domain for everyone in the leadership categories of the buildings. Question 3 in that category cluster talked about the district investing in PD for school administrators. So it asked the school administrators to reflect on their professional learning experiences and, are they positive? It was a 92% positive rate of response for that question. And again, a headline on this one is 47% change in a 1 year period. So again, is the district really meeting the needs of school administrators and professional learning? Absolutely. There's incredible increase. And that's an area of definite celebration. Because, behind salary and behind, a lot of the things that happen with your average job every day, professional development is something that definitely keeps people in the game as well. So that's important. Collaboration, another very important category. There was a 97% positive response rate among your school administrators. The district leaders work collaboratively with me. So, how well is that relationship between district office and building leadership maintained in terms of, just really making decisions and kind of collaborating and back and forth? That was a 96% positive question. And again, another phenomenal double-digit increase of 36% over 1 year. So, tremendous rates of return and improvement on that. Finally, another area that's important, obviously, to building administrators is evaluation. We're keeping up with the evaluations, rates of teachers, in terms of how we get into the classrooms every day, all these different parts and pieces that go into the evaluation systems, which are crucial for the success of a district. That was a 91% domain positive response rate among your assistant principals and principals. And the question that really highlighted in this area was the formal evaluation feedback I receive provides constructive action steps to help me improve. In other words, the feedback that they're receiving from their lead evaluators at the central office or the district offices give them the ability to be able to make improvements and continuous improvements and action steps. That was 92% positive and a 32% rate of change. So great support, great collaboration, a lot of work that's taking place between your district offices and your building administrators to really make those experiences very positive and great improvements for 1 year. Looking over to some of the areas of opportunity in this, again, it follows along very closely with what we saw with the teachers. These are areas of continuous improvement and need, yet there were actual improvements, statistically significant improvements with these categories as well. So they're growing, even though they're continuing to show signs of opportunity for future as well. One area that really rose to the top was teacher staffing. It's a 54% domain positive response rate overall from your principal and assistant principal leaders. The question that was really of an interesting focus was, my school is able to fill all of our open teaching positions with qualified teachers. We're all struggling with this right now in terms of trying to get those highly qualified individuals in those positions. That was a 28% positive response rate for that one question. It did represent a 6% change, but obviously opportunities there to continue to keep working at that as we try to identify those hiring pools that we have out there and trying to enhance that for us. Work-life balance, I think Kim mentioned it before, that's a very elusive category for us right now. We're always chasing after work-life balance. I like to kind of refer to it as life-work balance myself. But when we take a look at that category, question 15 was a particular standout. The workloads expected of administrators is sustainable for the long run. That was a 60% positive rate. So upwards of about 2/3 of your leaders feel comfortable with the expectations of those workloads. And that was a 5% improvement over the previous year. So again, signs of improvement, but an area that definitely we could work on and trying to figure out how can we make those more sustainable? How can we basically take some things off the plate or move them around to make it more palatable for our leadership? Finally, student support staff. That's a little bit of a tongue twister. 53% domain positive. Question 51, my school has the staff we need to provide early intervention for students who are struggling academically. Looking at that MTSS, those tiered supports, those early intervention periods that we want for student success. That was a 52% positive response rate for that question from your assistant principals and principals. That was a 17-point improvement, though, from the previous year. So again, showing great signs of improvement, and obviously an area that we can still take a look at and maybe put into there as a strategic action step for future use. So again, some really great areas of promise and some superb areas of really great success that we're seeing here among your administrators.
So when we spoke with your leadership team, your district leadership team about this data, there was a couple of things that were cited as some actions that are going to be happening as a result of this data. So Dr. Libby, I don't know if you want to speak more to these, but these were just a couple of things that were shared with us that you all are doing. Again, I'm certain there are many, many more. This was just a couple of things that came across as some responses to the data here.
Yes, thank you. I can speak to a few of these. So three things that we're going to continue working on as we move forward is it was mentioned earlier that we did cognitive coaching, and then we're going to continue doing our work with cognitive coaching. And there's an expansion of that from it being a one-to-one type of coaching experience and opportunity is for us to start working on group cognitive coaching for administrators to work with PLCs and in larger groups across buildings. It was very impactful for our administrators to go from kind of a supervisory managerial position to be instructional leads of their schools. And we want to continue to do that work with Sarah and continue moving that process forward. We're also looking at the expansion of our SATs to work in our instructional coaching spots in our challenging schools. We know that we struggle in some of our lower grade levels. And one of the things we've spoken about before is pooling some of those resources in our lower grades so that if we can resolve those problems early, then we don't have problems late. So we're going to continue that expansion of our SAT work with our instructional coaches in those buildings. And then we'll always continue to have those conversations around evaluation process being growth models. A lot of times you see that at the end of every year, you do a summative eval, and that summative is kind of the end all be all of all the work that is done. And then many times people will set new goals or different objectives for the following year, and they may or may not have met the goals from the previous year. So instead of it being a drop dead stop and then picking new items or picking new things, we could look at it as a growth model and say, okay, so did you set goals? If you met those goals, modify and adjust and continue moving forward to get better. If you didn't meet those goals, that's fine. What do we need to modify and adjust so that you can meet those goals for this upcoming year? Is it something that you need? Is it something that we need to teach or coach? Do we have all of our resources in the right space? We started having those conversations earlier this school year, saying that, hey, if you've got your school improvement plans and you're still struggling to see those growth with your kids, you need to start having conversations with us so we can dive a little bit deeper than what we already are expecting of people to do, to make sure that we have all of our district resources and supports aligned so that buildings and our students can be successful. So those are the top three things that we're going to continue to work on as we move forward through this process with not the hopes, but with the expectation that we continue to see the same growth that we've seen in this past over this last year.
We'll open it up for questions at this point. I noticed there was one other thing I did not address in this one. Yes. I believe there had also been a question around retention rates and what they were nationally. So just so you all have some context, the national, for a while at least, the national rate for retention has been 92% for teachers. So, and then that 92% of teachers stay in their district and 84% stay within their school. So you're seeing that 92% there. And then for Upbeat districts that we work with, you all are in about the median range there. A very typical district in terms of turnover, if you will. Just to give a bit of context to those numbers. We can go back now, turning over to questions for you all, but I realized I had forgotten to address that particular question that I believe we had.
Great. So one thing I do want to emphasize from previous trustees before all of us, that we've been using this Upbeat survey team for a while now. And one of the things that I know that our districts found useful is that instead of just being a survey and getting results, they actually have a mentorship program where they're trying to act on those results. So I think that Upbeat really carries a lot of value that way, that they maintain this coaching that you heard Kim speak to. And just for everybody's knowledge, Dave, Kim, and Kylie, I did have one question for you. You guys work with a lot of districts and schools nationwide. From a board perspective, given this information, as we talk about our strategic plan and things that we're going to do moving forward, what would you guys suggest that we can do to continue this trend and improve these scores?
I can start with this, but I definitely, Dave and Kim, you all may want to jump in here. I think it's very clear that you all are acting on the data because you don't really see the types of gains that you're seeing. That from us, from working on the outside, it's pretty evident when districts are doing that. And you can see it with what Kim is talking about too, at the school level, with the growth that you're seeing at a school level. So I think I would definitely encourage you to continue that growth that you're working on with Kim at that at the school level and continuing. It seems like this is becoming really integrated within the district. And I think that's for principals is if they don't have to be doing you don't want them to be doing any extra work. So if they can be integrating their Upbeat work with their own particular improvement plan for their campus, that's something we really encourage districts to do and continue doing. And then I think you're seeing at the school leader level, it's clear that you all are getting the feedback, acting on the feedback. And I think some of the things that you're seeing here in this list will really support with that. So I think that's kind of a broad answer, but I definitely feel like you should definitely keep doing what you're doing here. And I'll let Kim and Dave speak more specifically if there's things that they would recommend you dive into as well.
I mean, I would say everybody that I've worked with. So at first it's a little daunting because they're looking at these results and they're saying, oh my gosh, this is back in 2023. And it's like a mama bear. Like I feel like a mama bear because I work with these leaders, and over time now when we come to the table and I have a conversation with them, they say, oh, I looked at the results. I know these are my 3 things. These are the 3 things I want to work on. These are the 3 things that I, have done really well. And they can back up everything. And so I would say continue supporting them in that growth model that you're talking about, because I think that's so very important. And I really believe that when you have a growth model, it's not punitive in any way. It's kind of, okay, maybe we didn't make this target that you were talking about, but what can we do to help you make that next time, right? So I think just encouraging them to keep, looking at the results and not being dissuaded. Sometimes it's very disheartening to see red in the survey. And I think, that ebbs and flows with the tide and who you have and what the questions are and what's happening in the district and community. So I think that's really important to acknowledge also. So I think just supporting in any way that you can is just a great way to keep the momentum going.
And I'll expand on both of those areas and elements. I think to your question, Cole, 3 things that really come to mind, I believe. I'm kind of partially putting my superintendent's hat on and partially putting my principal's hat on and fully putting what I know of board members' hat on, having worked with boards for a long time now. Is 3 words really kind of come to mind: empowerment, alignment, and partnership. If you look at these results, you're seeing that alignment, first and foremost, we've heard a lot about that tonight in the sense that it's a top-down, bottom-up alignment that you can really get right with the survey data when it's applied properly and really looked at and analyzed in different ways. You have a tremendous strategic plan. I do strategic planning as my day job. So for me, that's kind of the heart of what we do. And that's our North Star. So all of this data really aligns to getting to those strategic objectives, in a very deliberate fashion on those action steps. The better alignment you have with that through this process, and your schools and their improvement plans are all pointing in that same direction of your strategic goals and objectives, that's going to obviously give your district the power punch that it needs to be able to achieve. On that same line, giving the empowerment to your school leaders to be able to get there is going to be important. You train them well. They believe their professional development is very strong. They have the tools that are there. Nobody seems to be getting in their way predominantly in any of these indicators. So that's a great opportunity there too, because that's going to keep your principals there longer, keep them there, and focused longer, and give them the ability to be able to see where that alignment's going to go and really pair with those division objectives nicely. And so that creates that alignment as that natural byproduct on that 3rd point. So for me, I think those 3 things, if you keep those objectives in mind as you move through this, and always have that as your, basic premise of this is what we're going to do. We're going to take the hill, and that's where we're going to go. That's important, and these will all get you there.
Thank you for that. And one other thing for the board, Upbeat does offer like a parent survey as well that we could look into. Would be another tool to get some community feedback. Obviously, like all things, there's a cost to it, and I think that's going to tie into some of our legislative impacts, but it's something that we can explore a little bit more and see what we might do with that as well. With that, I'll turn it over to the rest of the board with any other questions you guys have. Josh.
I was trying to be polite, let the ladies go first. But, on the areas of opportunity, the question 54 about my school is able to fill our open teaching positions with qualified teachers. Obviously, our administrators are frustrated by that, coming at 28%. What does a coaching session or tools or what have you that you can provide to our administrators to help increase that positivity, because that is definitely a challenge in our district?
Dave or Kim, I think either of you all could take this one.
And Kim, I'll let you go first, because I know at the ground level, you do a lot of that work to kind of look at staffing and future commitments and satisfaction purpose. So not to kick it, but I want to go to the granular level first, and then I can take it maybe to the higher level from where you're going to go.
Sure. So yeah, that's a really good question. And that's something we all struggle with for sure. When I'm working with the principals or district leaders in general, so I work with principals and the department supervisors, and we always have conversations around this. It's not just a one size fits all approach. All of these categories, in essence, impact the retention, which is why we do all of these categories and have all the questions in them. And when it comes to the hiring and the retention of everybody in the departments or in a school building per se, at that level, we have a lot of conversations around what is it that we can focus on? What are the areas that we can focus on that we think is going to give us the most bang for our buck, if you will, on how can we keep these teachers in these positions? How can we keep our staff in these positions? How can we keep our department people in these positions? And we have a lot of resources as far as Upbeat goes that I continue to provide. I encourage them to have a lot of conversations regarding the data. That's not just about, here's the data, but getting their input in that so that they can start making the necessary changes or accommodations they need to kind of meet everybody where they are, because you have to meet people where they are before you can start making the changes. And that's my preliminary goal, and providing them with the resources I can as far as having those conversations, data protocols, all of those things to kind of to elicit some responses from them to see what they need and to meet them where they are and how we can help to keep growing those individuals. So that's what I would say as far as I am on the surface level, as Dave said. Yeah.
And the important ground level, I think too, looking at this and kind of building it out, staffing and acquiring that qualified staff, like I said before, is a challenge. And in smaller rural areas, especially, it can be a very unique challenge. I'll qualify that with kind of personal experience, professional experience to kind of where things are. I worked in the 6th smallest school district in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We had 209 square miles of nothing but farmland. We grew more corn per acre than the state of Iowa. That's a fact. We had a lot of difficulty attracting people to come to us because our neighboring districts were the city of Richmond and some of the larger capital areas around that area, which just dominated the landscape. And as you can well imagine, paid a lot more money than we could afford as well. So for us, using a survey like Upbeat is a gold mine, because you can really tap into the data and find out what are the areas for recruitment that you can use in your data to attract the candidates to come work for your district and with your district. Because let's face it, we don't go into teaching for the fame and the money. We do go into it though for the conditions and the working conditions of our profession. And so if you can look at that data and you can find those areas of intentionality in your recruiting, that's important. How good do we stack up on discipline? And are our teachers not having to deal so much with the disciplinary issues, but they have the freedom to teach? How's their autonomy? How's the instructional leadership? Does it support teachers? Does the evaluation system give them growth and abilities to be able to do better in what they do and grow professionally? Look at the soft benefits that are there. The buildings have high belonging and well-being. It's a very great environment to work in. And so when you teach here, you're part of a family. We really kind of invite you in. You have somebody that you can go to every day if you have issues you want to talk about for support. And they may not be teaching related issues either. So those are the kinds of things I think for a particular piece of area like staffing that are important, is take a look at those areas that really benefit you, create that narrative of fact on your data. And as you go out to those different teaching recruitment opportunities, universities, you're out there kind of really attracting people, use that data in your narrative to be able to tell the story of what Sweetwater can do for a teacher. Here you can teach and do a great job, and we're going to support you with what you do. That's going to get the people to come there a lot more than, maybe a lot of other districts that you're competing with across the state.
I'll just, before we move on, I'll just sort of like pull these ideas together here. So I think from where I sit on this, there's the district level actions that can happen, and there's the principal level actions. So I think what Kim is speaking to there around the resources, we have resources on staffing. And so Kim's sort of speaking to, here's some different models you can use for hiring in your school, how to involve employee voice, et cetera. But this question really speaking specifically to filling those with qualified teachers. I think what Dave's talking about, that it's almost like the marketing piece. So there you can take your Upbeat data, and we can actually help you with this. We've done this with many districts. We can put that into a one-pager that you can hand out at hiring fairs that says, my district has this many teachers agree that this about, just like Dave's saying, like I have autonomy in my role, I have a good work-life balance, whatever it is that you all choose to highlight. Those are some things we can pull together for you, and you can do that at the school level and also at the district level. So that's one thing to market it. But aside from that, we can also speak with your district leadership and share some strategies we've seen work really well with other districts. So I won't do all of that right now, but I think some of those things are a grow your own pipeline. Like we've seen some districts have a really successful with that type of strategy, because we know that this can be really hard to find the teachers to bring in that are high quality. So partnering with you all to talk about what do those programs look like. We're connecting with another district that's had a really successful grow your own program. So I would say we can give you a couple ideas in the moment, but I think some of these things are larger conversations that we can drill down at the district level. And then also Kim's doing that work at the individual principal level as well. So that was a really long answer to your question, but I hope we were able to, sort of pull together there for you.
Hey, Josh, one quick thing I'll add to that too. I did reach out to another district kind of on this topic, and Dave touched on it as well. And one thing that I heard that's working well for their district is modeling the behavior or the behavior that you'd expect as far as like the work-life balance, which kind of leads to retention. And I know that Dr. Libby specifically has told us some of his philosophies on, if it's a weekend, I'm not going to interrupt you unless it's a dire emergency type thing. I don't know what's happening at our building level and how far maybe that's trickled down, but I do know that this other district that's been having a lot of success in that has said that their building administrators and so forth are modeling what they expect, and that's providing some teachers the morale boost, if you will, to really help with the retention for them. And I would, for those at Upbeat, Dave, it sounds like you have some experience with similar districts and school situations that what we're looking at on our data. So I would really encourage that we take a look at what these other rural districts have done to booster their areas, and we can learn and grow from those as well. I appreciate you asking that. What else?
Yeah, so to summarize, I guess my understanding, make sure, correct me, is first and foremost is to retain qualified teachers. Second is look at what the current teachers like and model that out, and then developing plans with the administration level, the CAB, as far as how to get that word out so that they have more potential hires. Is that how we can use this as a tool? Okay. I do have one other question. And you did mention in the beginning that you do exit interviews, but there was no data on exit interviews. What's our participation level on those interviews? And do you have any data from those?
We do. I can pull that up while, if you have another question, I'll pull up what the percentages. I don't know it off the top of my head though. But we can definitely share that at another presentation too around exit if you all choose to take a look into that. Typically with exit, what we do is we do that at the end of the academic year. Because it's sort of a summative, we'll administer it throughout the academic year and then you can pull trends. So that's it, the timing there is a little different in that we would have looked at last academic year in the summer prior to the school year beginning. And so you are administering the exit survey right now throughout the academic year. But I'll pull that information for you. I just don't have it up right this minute.
Thank you.
Of course. I'm going to stop sharing so I can do that.
Other questions in the meantime?
I just have a really quick comment. I think it would be interesting to see the differences between the admin staff and the frontline like teaching staff with the Upbeat results with some similar questions, just to see kind of where, if they align.
So you're saying like a layover of the teacher survey and the school leader survey?
Yeah, like some of the same questions that we scored very high in with the school leaders. I would like to see that with frontline teaching, just to see where are we with that, because it may look different. It might be the same. It might be higher, but that would be good, I think, to look at.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Still just pulling this. Okay. You all, right now you have an 83% completion rate for your exit survey, which is really high. Last academic year, it looks like you all had about a 30% completion rate, which is definitely more on par with traditional exit surveys, I would say. So that it looks like almost everyone who's received it obviously this year has taken, and those are for teachers. I can also pull it for staff. For your staff right now, this academic year, it's at 63%. I'm pulling it for last academic year. It looks like there were not staff. There weren't, I think there were only teachers last year, it looks like. But yeah, so just to go back to that, so that was the exit survey. But for the question, the other question around pulling some, so it's sort of like pulling some trend data around the teacher, the questions that align in the teacher survey and the school leader survey to see where there are similarities and dissimilarities.
Yeah. On any of those topics. I know you specifically brought
absolutely.
up. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, we can definitely share that with the district, sort of just a side by side of the categories and the percentages there, for sure.
Other questions? I guess I'd just say too, the data is available. So if something does come up or you guys want some other sort of comparison or something like that, let's just reach out and I'm sure we can get it. Well, Upbeat team, I suppose that's it. So we appreciate your guys' time and attendance and we will continue forward.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next item then under our superintendent reports is our grants and federal programs update. Miss Libby, not related to Dr. Libby.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So good evening, Chair Wright, members of the board, Dr. Libby. This is our yearly what's going on in the world of grants and federal programs update. If we can get my slides going. Or I can just talk through it. There we go. Just a little review of kind of the purpose of our federal programs and grants to just bring in some more allowable resources to help support our schools with academic achievement, after school programs, support safety endeavors, try and reduce our dropout rate and support student success. And school change by either improving the quality and effectiveness of teachers, the trainings that we are available for our teachers and school leaders, or to offer even more support to the schools. So we'll start with Title I. These funds are a federal program. They help students who need extra academic support. We have 6, 7 Title I schools. That'll be the next slide. To help with family engagements, nights, classroom resources, staff, professional development, trainings, things like that. We had just under 2.2 million in Title I funds this year. Can you go back? Yep, that one would be great. Thank you. So we have 2 types of Title I programs running this year. We have 6 schools in school-wide, which have been in school-wide for quite a while: Desert, Desert View, North Park, Stagecoach, Sage, and Walnut. And this year we focused some targeted assistance within Pilot Butte and Eastside Elementary. So we will now be Title I K-6. And so they were in what's called targeted assistance this year, which is the steps that you take in order to become a school-wide Title I program. And they will be school-wide by next year. But this allows us to now offer Title I funds to those 2 schools in order to offer more academic and family engagement support as needed for them as well. Okay, next. Title I-D it's titled Neglected and Delinquent Funds. These support our at-risk students, mainly for our high school kids, to prevent dropout, to help kids get to graduation. We got about 127,000, just under 128,000 this year, helped with paying for some tutoring and interventionist and a credit recovery program. Title II is improving teacher and leader quality. We had a little over 550,000 this year. We have some partial salaries that come out of this fund, a lot of professional development, our summer academies, school summer collaboration for our teachers. And it helps for, like I said, professional development and improving teacher achievement by improving teacher and leader quality. Title III is our English Language Learner Fund, about 53,000. This helps partial pay for a parent liaison, some instructional materials specific to our EL programs, and professional development specifically for our EL teachers, to make sure that our students who are learning English as a second language get the same, or some additional supports and stuff that they need to be successful. Title IV-A, student support and academic enrichment. We had just under 340,000 this year. This is a fun Title IV kind of category to work with, because there are actually certain percentages and categories that we have to stay within. We have to spend a minimum of 20% of our funds on well-rounded education, 20% on what's called safe and healthy environment, and 15% minimum on improving the use of technology. So there's some partial salaries in here, some support staff, counselors, and this one also helps us support our CTE, our Little Skills program. If you've ever been invited, or if you had kids, 6th grade kids who are involved in the Little Skills program at Eastside, it helps build those gumball machines and things like that for them. Perkins is our CTE funding. We had a little over 142,000 available funds. Most of these funds go to upgrading and replacing equipment, materials, modernizing programs, purchasing consumables for our wood shop and our metals courses, welding, things like that. And our CTE, our Perkins money, is tied to how many programs of study we have, as well as how many kids earn their certification. And so when we're asking for data and things like that, it's really, really important to get those numbers up. 21st Century CCLC grant. This is also considered Title IV Part B. These are after school programs, summer programs. The schools that we serve this year are the junior high, Walnut, Desert View, and Eastside. And then sometimes we also in the past have funded programs at North Park as well. And we get $225,000 a year for this program. Like I said, it helps fund our after school and summer programs, community connections that our junior high and high school kids work with within the community. The funds also come from here as well. BOCES are a huge supporter of us, and we are so grateful to be able to partner with them. This year just had a little over $325,000 awarded to us to help pay for our CTE certification tests. Concurrent enrollment, BOCES helps us pay for all of the textbooks that our kids who are taking college courses, so then they don't have to pay for them. They help out with our summer program with Community Connections, driver's ed, instructional materials, support staff over at Overland, the advanced aquatics courses, things like that. And BOCES receives funding from property taxes. And so the new legislation that came out, last year, I think, decreasing those taxes, there's been some impact there. Hopefully we can get that kind of all lined out and stay on track there. Early Head Start and TANF, these are funds specifically for Overland for our Early Childhood Education Center. We became this is the first full school year that we are fully funded within Head Start. So that's a little over $500,000. Those funds pay for our early Head Start classroom teachers, so then we can offer even more daycare spots to our low-income families and those in the community that need it. And that is in partnership with the Early Head Start of Evanston. So we've been working in partnership with them and doing great things. Our TANF grant is for $100,000, and that allows us to expand our preschool program for ages 3 to 5 to allow even more spots for daycare and preschool over there. Mental health grants. So we have, and normally Annie Fletcher will come in and do a presentation for you guys. So she goes into more detail with this. So this is going to be a quick overview. So Project Aware was a grant that was awarded to the district in 2021 in partnership with Uinta No. 1 and WDE to help connect students with behavioral health supports and build local capacity through professional development and supporting the integration of mental health within our MTSS supports. And we've received about $414,000 through SAMHSA and Project Aware. And then there's also a sub-grant within that called TIS, which is Trauma Informed Support Services. It was a complimentary grant awarded to us for $101,000. This last year, we also had the state mental health grant, the K-12 mental health grant. It was a 2-year grant that was awarded, and we had $274,000 given to us this last year. Unfortunately, these grants all end this year. SAMHSA and TIS, we have to have spent out by December, and our K-12 mental health grant will go away the end of June. So we are actively looking for other funds and other ways to support these programs that we had put in place. Some other supportive grants that we've received this year, the Cutting Edge Grant and the CTE PD Grant are all for our CTE teachers. Cutting Edge Grant, we were awarded $650 for a Microbit Next Generation Classroom Pack. And the PD Grant of $16,000 allows and helps sending the CTE teachers to the National CTE Conference every December. And the CTE teachers can apply for these every year. And I know the Cutting Edge Grant, those funds fluctuate every year based on how much money the state still has to reallocate to us over the summer and in the fall. Our McKinney-Vento grant was $22,000 this year. That helps supply our supply closet for our homeless and foster youth families. It helps pay partial salary and offer more supports and to pay for needed like doctor's visits, dentist visits for our homeless and foster families. We were awarded this spring the School Improvement Grant. This is a 2-year grant that'll be $250,000. Desert View, Walnut, and Eastside qualified, and so they will receive those funds in order to support school improvement. And then we have various grants that my office oversees that teachers write for throughout the year, whether it be for music supplies or STEM supplies, or to help out paying for sporting events if we're holding track meets, things like that. Those also come through my office. And overall, throughout all of these funds, we support about 44 positions throughout the district, for a total this year of a little over 5.6 million. And on that, I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Libby. Are there any questions?
I always have questions. So I've always wondered what being a grant writer is like, and doing. Is it a frustrating world? Like, are you like? I have this vision like you're a salesperson that's just going out, checking different things, and sometimes there's rejections, sometimes there's not. Or is it more of a consistent, like, every year these grants? Or is it how does that work? I'm just more curious than anything.
It depends on the year. It depends on the federal administration. A lot of educational grants come from the federal government. So these last couple of years have been really interesting and very frustrating. But it's also kind of fun. I always joke that I have a BS in BS. And so trying to figure out how to word an application and to write a grant application in a way to make it stand out and so that we can get awarded the funding is a fun challenge for me. But yes, it can be frustrating, like I said, because a lot of the educational grants come from the federal government. And so right now it's limited. I know they just released, I have a webinar scheduled tomorrow morning about some sort of community grant that they're releasing. So it'll be interesting to hear, like what that's about. And going out and exploring for outside grants is interesting as well. And I mean, it's all frustrating because you don't know what exactly they're looking for until you either talk to them or get the award or denial letter. And even then, sometimes you don't know what they're looking for. So it's always frustrating. For me, I've been in Wyoming for 4 years, so still trying to figure out the landscape of the different organizations within the state and how to write and define those more regional grants has been definitely a learning curve.
And then, like, comparatively, is this 5.6 million down or up? Is it about where?
We're a little down. Title I, Title III, and Title IV were a bit of a reduction this year. And that our title programs are based a lot on our free and reduced lunch applications and who qualifies. So a lot of the times in the spring and the fall, we'll ask the schools to have a push to get families to fill those applications out. But if there is a overall decrease statewide, then our allocation is going to go down. And depending on, and a lot of times, like with Title IV and Title II, one will go up one year and one will go down. And so they'll kind of flip-flop. And Title III is our EL. And so that is based on our statewide EL numbers. So yes, there has been some decrease. And so, all I can say is let's push and get those free and reduced lunch applications filled out to make sure that we have all the data that we can when we are submitting our numbers to the state, and hope that all the other districts are doing the same way.
Just thanks for being the one that's willing to take the rejection. So keep it up. It can't be fun some days.
Yeah, thanks. And unfortunately, the federal government doesn't really look at state legislation. So, I'm not going to get an increase to balance recalibration or anything like that. But that's okay, because I'm working with our state program monitors and looking at some ideas for flexibility and stuff like that to make sure that we're covered. But we're good for 26, 27. And right now, I think that's all we can really focus on and stuff like that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to Mr. Straka to talk about our accelerated block schedule.
All right, good evening, Chair Wright, trustees, Superintendent Libby. Thank you for having me here tonight. If we could bring up the slides. All right, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about our current schedule at the high school and kind of give a little bit of some background, some history, where we are. And I think that's an important thing that we can do, and just make sure that we continue to educate everyone and let you guys know where we are. So with that, let's go ahead and get started. Let's see here. So talking about a schedule. So everything in a schedule, like especially at a high school level, that's what everything revolves around. It dictates what our staffing is going to be. It dictates what our classes that we can offer, what support that we can offer our students, interventions, things like that. So it's a pretty big task, and it starts really, really early in any given school year. So it's something that we take a lot of time and make sure that we get it right, because making mistakes in that can hurt kids, and so that's never something that we want to do. So speaking about the accelerated block, I want to give a little bit of just some, like I said, some information, but I kind of want to make sure that everyone knows here. I can talk about what I know and where we are. There's some things that I'm not going to be able to answer because I wasn't on the ground floor when this was all researched and decided. I do know that in around 2022, 2023, somewhere in that school year, we started looking at additional schedules at the high school. There were schools within the state, Kelly Walsh and Natrona County, and even our Farson High School out there were looked at as different schedules that they were using on the accelerated block, or it's also called the 4x4. There was some groundwork that was done on that. I know phone calls and different research was done on that. Fortunately, I wasn't part of that at that time. I was an assistant principal at the school, but it wasn't what I was involved in. So I don't have a lot of information on the details behind all of that research, but I can kind of talk about, what happened after that and where we went. So in 2023, 2024, that's when we really started to discuss the initial planning process for schedules and what that was going to look like for the next school year, in the 24-25 school year. So the principal at the time, Mr. Supas, had talked about teachers, students, and parents, and had some information meetings, had some surveys sent out, got some feedback, talked about some few different things. And then during that year, I took over as interim principal in February. And so I was kind of tasked with making sure that the schedule was viable and could push on into the next school year. In the 24-25 school years, when we implemented the accelerated block, it was our first year, and then we kind of learned a little bit about that, and we did some refinements, and then this is our second year running into it, and we are going good. We decided on a few things like our freshman academy, really wanted to focus on our freshmen and where that was. We looked at some extension periods because we knew we wanted to make sure that we offer math and ELA, and we got some feedback on making sure that our students were ready when they went out into the world for college and career readiness. We also made sure that we had to look at our transitions between different buildings, and that we had some issues with our upperclassmen, making sure that they could make all the classes that they could make at the time. And so we were having kids going back and forth like every class period. And so we wanted to make sure that we could see what we could do to fix that. And with the Freshman Academy, we were able to make a big stride with our transitions. With the accelerated block, some of the things that were looked at specifically, if we were going to look into a new schedule, were these top things. These were the feedbacks that were received, and they focused on student-teacher relationships, making sure that students and teachers could see everyone every day. This was the number one thing that people wanted. It was parents, it was teachers, it was staff, it was students, it was everybody. There was, with the alternating schedule, the one that we had before, which was still a block schedule, some of the biggest issues were the gaps in between when students and teachers would see each other, especially from that Thursday to Tuesday gap. There could be a block in there, it could be almost like a 5-day period or more where a student and teacher may not see each other. So we wanted to look at that and see what we could do to remedy it. We wanted to see about cognitive load and see if we could bring that down a little bit. And so looking at that with the alternating block, we were on an 8-period class where kids actually had 8 periods throughout the semester and throughout the year at any given time. They alternated those, they had 4-a-day, but they ended up having 8 all the way through. They had to figure out some way to make sure that they were doing their homework and things like that. Just so you know, when we looked at college schedules too, a typical college load, it's about 12 to 15 credit hours, which is about 4 to 5 classes per semester. Credit recovery, this was something that we were also concerned about, where we had heard lots of feedback about, students wanting to just credit recover classes. They would go to class, they would fail them just from the hopes that they could credit recover. So that was some feedback that we received. And we wanted to see what we could do around that to make sure that we could keep kids in the classroom and learning the content from the teachers. Early warning indicator data, we continue to look at our F rates, our attendance, our behavior data to make sure that we are doing the best we can for all of our students. Accreditation status. So on our school performance report that comes out every year, we take a look at that and see where our data lies. Rock Springs High School was actually placed on accreditation with sport a couple years ago. And we knew that we weren't meeting the metrics that we needed to. And so that was another reason why an additional schedule was looked at as a possible reason why if we weren't meeting the metrics, maybe that was one of the things that we could look at and remedy. And then our freshmen on track to graduate, that's also part of that school performance framework, but that focuses on freshmen and making sure that our freshmen are on track to graduate, because we know that if we can make sure our freshmen are on track to graduate, they're going to have an easier sophomore, junior, and senior year, and so that we can make sure that they're set for success off the get-go. I did want to, and this looks a little small here, but I did want to make sure that I could highlight different types of schedules, just so that we could kind of have an idea, because we do have some questions that come up a lot about length of class periods and maybe if class periods are different or what they may look like. So I have some 3 different schedules up here. One is an accelerated block, which is what we're on. It's a 4x4 schedule where you have 4 classes per quarter or 4 core classes per quarter throughout the year, different ones. And then you have an alternating 2x2 block, which you have 4 courses a day, but you alternate them every other day. So you end up having a semester. And then a skinny period where you take the same amount of time and you divide it in half. So if we have a 90-minute period, you have a 45-minute period, you just have more of them in a row. There are some differences here between obviously the different types of schedules and how they would fit into a school. If you look, and again, it's a little hard to see with those numbers, but I broke down all the content numbers. All the class instructional numbers throughout the day, throughout the week, throughout the semester, and throughout the quarter, all of those things. And they're exactly the same all the way across the board. So the classes are the same. It's just about when they are being taught. So by using a alternating block, they're every other day. By using an accelerated block, they're every day. And so, and using an 8-period day, you still have, so you take the 4 classes, you cut them in half, which means you have to multiply the number of classes you have, which means 8. And then and then you can do that every day too. So there's lots of different schedules. And then even inside these schedules, you can modify these, you can make hybrid versions of them. And there's more out there too. And that any school can look at. But the bottom line is that no matter what, all of these schedules are exactly the same when you look at the amount of seat time and the amount of time that teachers will be teaching a class. And there's pluses and minuses to all of them. There is a number here that I want to kind of make a note on. So when I did my numbers here, I took a quarter as 9 weeks. Our quarters aren't exactly 9 weeks. They're pretty close, but the days do fluctuate throughout the year depending on breaks and things like that. So it's a little bit different. So the bottom number there where it says total contract time, we have 147 days that we have students in our buildings throughout the year. And so that number there, the 60,270 minutes, is the actual number of instructional time based upon all of these schedules actually, but our accelerated schedule. And if you break that down by hours, that comes out to 1,004.5 hours, which is right where we need to be. The state says that we have to have instructional time at 1,000 hours per school year. So we're right at that. There's not a lot of wiggle room and things that we can do. We've brought it down as much as we possibly can. Some similarities and differences between these 3 types of schedules. So like on the accelerated block, we have daily contact in every class every day. Alternating block, you would have every other school day contact. So you'd have 4 classes on one day, 4 classes on the other day, and you would alternate those throughout the week. And then on skinny schedule, you could have daily contact as well. Accelerated block has teachers will teach 3 of the 4 classes because they had a planned period. So they would teach 3 of those 4 classes at a time. And that would make sure that they would have 81 core students at a time that they could make sure that they were focusing on for grading, relationships, and making sure that they could intervene and just a smaller number of kids versus the alternating block where teachers would teach 6 out of 8 classes and teachers would have a maximum of 162 students at a time. And then the same with the skinny schedule where teachers would teach 6 of the 8 and then they would have 162 core students at a time. So with the accelerated block, we're really focusing on that cognitive load where we can bring down the number of students that a teacher would have at any given time. So that focuses there a little bit more and the number of classes that a teacher would have to prep for and or teach. So on the student side, students would have 4 classes at a time, core classes that they could focus on and make sure that that's where their attention was. They wouldn't have to spread it out a little bit like they would on the alternating block where they would have 8 core classes at a time, and the same with the skinny schedule where they would also have 8 classes at a time. The accelerated will make sure that there are fewer daily transitions. So I talked a little bit about numbers and instructional time. Instructional time is the time that kids are in class. It doesn't include passing periods or lunch. And so with 4 classes, there's less transitions within the day. With an alternating block, you still have 4 per day, so it's pretty much the same, where you still have those fewer transitions. In a skinny schedule, you actually have more transitions. And if we were on that schedule, it would actually increase our school day by about 20 minutes because we would have to add in passing periods. So they would have to make sure that kids could get from class to class. So instead of ending at 3:55, we would have to end at 4:15 or start earlier. For the accelerated block, we have longer instructional chunks. And that's in the same with the alternating block. So there's a difference between a 90-minute period and a 45-minute period. In a 90-minute period, you can do some direct instruction, you can do some collaboration, you can do some interventions, you can do all of those different things that you really need to do in that time. In a 45-minute time, 45-minute class period, you don't have the same amount of ability to do. You have to get in and do what you need to do in that given class period. So it could reduce the time that you have for labs, writing papers, really getting down to interventions and things like that. On the accelerated block, we have direct instruction plus more daily collaboration. Alternating block, still direct instruction plus more daily collaboration. And then the skinny schedule would be direct instruction with less daily collaboration. With the accelerated block here, there's going to be less homework overall, should be, because you have time built into the class for that homework. That works extremely well for a lot of our students, especially that have extracurriculars, whether it be athletics or activities, or a job or something like that, or just other things that they have to do. So this is already built into the schedule where they have opportunities within the class to kind of have the teachers kind of build that in. Whereas 45 minutes, that's not a lot of time to get in and get what you need. And then oftentimes what we see is more homework off of that schedule. We have on the accelerated block more variety of classes a year. So the nice thing about the schedule that we're on right now is that it actually offers the ability to take lots of different things with inside different pathways. For example, you can have, you could possibly take like metals. Let's say that you're really, really interested in metals. You could take metals 1, 2, 3, and 4 in a given year. Whereas an alternating block, you would have to take, you could take metals 1, and that would be like maybe first semester, and then you could sign up for metals 2 and take that second semester. But on the accelerated block, you're able to take more opportunities. So if you want to take metals and get that all done within a year, and then you want to jump in the woods the next year, and you want to jump, and you can take 1 through 4, and you could take autos the next year and jump 1 through 4. It gives more opportunities to take more classes in different pathways and really get that choice within the different classes that you can. Whereas you're a little bit restricted with more because the time, it takes a little bit longer to get through the classes on the other schedules like the alternating block. Same with the skinny schedule. Skinny schedule, you're going pretty much all year, especially with core classes. There is some variety in there with electives where they might end up also being a half a year or to a year, just depending on the class. The accelerated block also gives us the opportunity to retake or recover courses within inside the school year. So one of the concerns we were looking at was credit recovery. So a lot of times that's the only option on some of these other schedules. So the alternating block, there is some play within that. There is a little bit, it's a little bit harder to do. On the skinny schedule, it's almost impossible. There's a little bit of play that we have, but it's very, very, very hard to do within the school year. On the accelerated block, we're able to, let's say a kid fails Geometry 1 in the first semester, we're able to re-enroll that kid in Geometry 1 the next semester so that they can continue on with their path and get the instruction that they need in the class with the teacher versus trying to learn it on their own through a credit recovery process. So we have the option right now to make sure that we can do what's best for our kids in our classrooms and make sure that they're with teachers on the whole path. So if they do stumble a little bit, we're able to help them right away and we can re-enroll them in those classes. And then because we're on the accelerated block, they're not going to be at risk of missing other classes they might need to graduate through all 4 years. Okay, it's going to set them behind a little bit, but accelerated, we're going to be able to catch them up with the classes that they need. And that's just not available or an option on some of those other schedules. The accelerated block really gives us the opportunity to dive into the RIDE initiative. The RIDE initiative was or is a program that came out of the governor's office. So Governor Gordon, it came out of his office, and it was something that we've been working on for the last couple of years. Looking at the graduation rates throughout the state, the governor wanted to make sure that all high schools had pathways and opportunities for students, especially in the state of Wyoming, where they could get out and maybe get into a trade or other things really as quickly as possible. Our grading scale in the state of Wyoming and how we award credits is based upon proficiency. So is someone proficient in the field that they can do? The state is looking at rewriting Chapter 3, which is the graduation requirements and rules, and putting in different requirements for that going forward into the 27-28 school year. So we're looking at those and the standards and all of the different things that we can really put into to make sure that our kids are ready and successful when they graduate high school, whenever that might be. So the accelerated block really kind of gives that idea behind the RIDE initiative, where we want our students to get in and find out what they love and what they want to do and give them the opportunities they need so that instead of dropping out or continuing with school, we can get them a good deal on a pathway and get them some experience, some job opportunities, and get them out into the world. The accelerated block is also very similar, like I said, to a college schedule. So you're looking at that really reduced kind of maybe 4 to 5 classes in a time period. On our some of our successes here, like I said, we track our data and our EWI data. Our F-rate data is something that we compare and look at. Now, this is a direct correlation, I think, to what is happening to the classroom. I was up here a few months ago and we talked about EWI data. And now that I have our third quarter data, I'm able to share that here. And you can see that based upon the accelerated block, because we've been working on it for 2 years, you can see where our the blue columns there were the year before and our red columns are this year, and that's based upon quarter 1, 2, and 3. As you can see that our numbers are significantly down from where they were the year previously, which means that more instruction is happening in the classroom, more kids are learning, more kids are able to successfully complete their credits and classes within the classroom, meaning that there is a less need for credit recovery or other interventions.
Mr.
And
Straka, could I interrupt for just a second?
Yes.
So is this 24, does that mean the graduation year? Is that 23, 24, 24, 25?
yeah, I'm sorry. So that's 23, 24. I apologize.
No.
So no, I'm sorry. That's 24, 24, 25, 25, 26, right? Yeah, that's where we
So
are.
both
right
of
now.
them are on the accelerated block.
That's correct.
Cool.
Yep.
Thanks.
So the blue ones are from last year's school year, and the red ones are from this school year. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I should have fixed that number there. Yep. So we're looking at apples to apples. Like I said, this is a direct correlation with our credit recovery data. So what we see is that our students are learning in the classroom, which has significantly dropped our need for credit recovery and or summer school recovery over the course of the last few years. When you look at the credit recovery data here, like I said, one of the issues was, are kids getting the instruction that they need in class? Or are they saying that we don't, we can just make this up in a different route? We'll just fail the class. We'll do it later. That was a concern from teachers and parents. And we even heard it from students that we would rather just take it in summer school because that's an easier way out. As you can see through this data here, and I have trend lines on there, trend lines are significantly going down. I don't have summer school yet data because for this current school year, because we're not there yet. But you can kind of see where we are with credit recapture, and you can kind of see where we are with our credit recovery throughout the year, where we're working on our Friday school. So we still offer on those alternate Fridays that we don't have professional development days. We have an opportunity for kids come in and we can intervene with them. Right now, to the date, we've only had 7.5 credits that we've had to recover in our Friday school program. We've recaptured 38 credits so far this given year. And recapture is something we talked about at the beginning of the school year as well on a different board presentation. And what that means is that if a student came to the end of their term with whatever class it was, and they were missing a few things to make sure that they had passed the class, they work with the teacher to see if they can get those few things turned in or make sure that they have passed proficiency. Again, in the state of Wyoming, we're looking at proficiency as a measure of whether or not a student completes a class or not. And so giving that intervention piece. And in the past, that process has been a little bit higher. Right now, it's quite a bit lower. And you can see that with our Friday school efforts. And again, even our summer school over the years, we've been tightening up with what we've been doing over the course of the last few years too, and making sure that our students, are not choosing Fridays or not choosing summer school over classroom instruction. And that's where we want them to be. Our accreditation data. So every year, like I said, we get our school report card, our performance framework. All schools do. The district gets a report card as well. And we kind of take a look at that and see where we're sitting. I did take both of these charts. They're based upon Y-top achievement and ACT. Both of these are very high ranking numbers on our school performance framework. And like I said, Rock Springs High School is on accreditation with the state, which means that all of the metrics that we look at, including our Y-top data, our access data, which is for our EL students, our ACT data, all of those different things are on our report, and they're weighted very heavily, including our graduation rate, our freshman credits, which we'll take a look at here in a minute, and post-secondary readiness. So all of those kind of combine those metric numbers into what our overall score is. As you can see on our Y-top achievement for our last year, 24-25, when we were actually on the accelerated block, this is a really good number here, where we had a significant increase overall from 35 to 42, which is a significant jump. And that is the really big data piece that we have that shows where we are with the accelerated block. Because with 1 year, you don't have a lot of data to go off of, but this is one piece of data that we do have that significantly shows these kids were on the accelerated block for that schedule. We didn't see a lot of movement with our ACT. It's pretty much the same. And there are a couple of reasons for that. One, it's easier when you start with a new schedule with the kids that are incoming, so our 9th and 10th. So as we move through and the kids are on this for the next few years until they graduate, they started with the schedule, they'll end with that schedule. We'll have really good data by that point. And so, the juniors and seniors we're working with because there's been a big change in their life and at school. So kind of working with that and seeing where that goes. So we have started to see success with the accelerated block, and hopefully we continue to see that. I did want to put different numbers on these graphs too. You can see the different colors on there where there are the low cuts and the high cuts. So that low cut number there, I think it's red on that screen there. And then the top one is green for Y-top. That red number is where we really need to hit to hit that metric that says we are no longer needing support. So that's the number that we really need to hit, and we're on our way for that. On the ACT is a indicator for the Hathaway Scholarship, And so there's 4 different levels to the Hathaway, and I put those on that graph too, and it kind of muddled the numbers on there, so I'm sorry about that. But you can see each one of those different levels in tiers of the Hathaway. So there's that minimum level of the Hathaway where you have to hit a 17, and then it goes up from there. So the opportunity, performance, and honors. So the state of Wyoming does a really good job with scholarships and scholarship opportunities around the state to any of our junior and community colleges, and then at UW. So kids have a great opportunity to make sure that if they want to go the college route, that Wyoming gives great scholarships for that if they meet those requirements. Credits earned is what I was talking about with freshmen. So this really has to do with freshmen. Any school within the state, what they do is, any school within the state high school takes the number of credits it takes to graduate at their school and district. So we have a 24 credit plan. That's how many credits it takes to graduate from high school. And so we have specific requirements within the 24. But you just take the 24, you divide it by 4, and that is 6. So that means that every year, if you hopefully taking the right classes in sequence, you have 6 classes every year. By the time that you're done with your senior year, you'll graduate. Now, we have the opportunity to offer 8 per year. So kids can actually earn more, or if they stumble a little bit, it doesn't necessarily hurt them too much where they're able to recover that and still be on track to graduate. So 6 credits is where we want our freshmen to be, and that is a number that is tracked. This number is what they call a lagging indicator, though. So you'll see on the graph that even though I put 24, 25 is when we got that number, it's actually the previous year. When we get the 24, 25 data, it's that previous school year is what it is. So it's a little bit hard when you're looking at these. Post-secondary readiness does that, and so does graduation data when you're looking at the performance numbers. You do see that we had a spike there, which was really cool. We almost hit that achievement number that we want to hit in the 23-24 year that it was reported, and then it would have been the year previous. So what we're looking at that spike is trying to figure out, what that did. And if I remember correctly, we had a lot of support within the school that year. We had, I think, 3 graduation coaches, and we had four teachers that were on staff that did guided study. And then if you remember, if you go back a few slides, we did a lot of credit recovery. So I don't know if that's necessarily the best way to earn credits. I don't think it is. I think the best way is to make sure that they're earning them in their classroom. And so what we're hopeful for is looking at our F rates, looking at our credits, looking at all those things, we should see this number to start going back up instead of where it was. So that spike is kind of an irregularity where we were, I think, doing some massive credit recovery processes to kind of inflated that number more so than I think it should have. So we're working on that to make sure that we do it organically and through the classroom. Do have some questions here, excuse me, that come up over time, and just wanted to talk about these. So there's a question here that has the accelerated block limited access to AP and other advanced courses. The answer is no. So AP courses, they're still available. They're in our course handbook. Problem is that they're not often requested. And one of the reasons why they're not often requested is because we do have a good partnership with the college up the road, West Wyoming Community College, and kids are often able to take dual and concurrent classes. And they often choose those over our AP classes for a lot of different reasons. Mainly that, when you take a college class, you're taking that college class like any normal class. You're submitting assignments, getting grades on it, and you see the grade throughout the year. On an AP course, you still take a course, you still learn, you still have the curricular, but at the end of that, you have one final assessment. And that assessment is going to dictate whether or not you earn college credit or not. If you pass it, you do. And if you don't, you don't. You'll still get high school credit for it because you did all the coursework. But, some of our students look at that like, well, if I can take the similar course up at the college, then that might be something I can do. So we have seen a decline in that. However, I think AP does have a place. And so looking at creating different pathways, again, part of the RIGHT initiative, a part of Dr. Libby's, charge to us and where he wants us to see his 5-year plan. And where we're going is creating more pathways and opportunities for students. So looking at creating what we're calling an associate's pathway in part of our academy path. So we have our, our HOCA Academy, we have our APPS Academy, we have our CTE Academy, and just continuing on that pathway and making sure that we have some opportunities for students that maybe their trek is full college. Not to say that they can't earn college credits in the other areas, but this gives more opportunities. So opening up those AP courses is more honors track so that we give all kids opportunities and make sure that all kids are in a pathway and have something that they're shooting for. How has the schedule affected skinny electives, including band and choir? Our first go around with this, we did a schedule within a schedule where we were able to put band and choir on a half block. So the problem with that is that it created a schedule within a schedule, which becomes very, very, very difficult when you're trying to match up and schedule other classes around. And it created a lot of headaches for our teachers and our students. It also forced kids to take classes that they may not wish to take, because when you create a schedule within a schedule, you have to take other classes and pair it with something else, or it doesn't work, or the kids just, once they're done with class, they have nowhere else to go. So you have to build in a schedule where you have opportunities for them to go, but you can't open everything. And that's really hard to do. So you have to pick and choose what pairs. And so that became a stressful point for a lot of our students and our teachers. And so talking with them and getting feedback over the years, we decided to make sure everyone was on the same schedule this year. And so we didn't have a schedule within a schedule this year, and it's been much, much nicer for all involved. We do have a variety of classes, and I hear this a lot, that we want to take this or this or this or this, and that's great. And we do have a lot of opportunities at Rock Springs High School. We have a pretty big enrollment guide and lots of different options that students can take. The problem is that you can't take everything. There's just not enough time in the day. There's not enough time in the year to be able to take everything that you want. With the accelerated block, we do try to give more opportunities. Like I said, if you want to take all metals in 1 year, 1 through 4, go for it. If you want to take all woods next year, go for it. And you're not just able to do that on a traditional type schedule. So this works a little bit better where we're actually giving more opportunities. I do hear that band and choir are, one of the issues with them is it's more of a year-long class where you really want to be in those classes. They have concerts and ensembles and all these other things that go on. But our counselors and our teachers do work really well with them. So if kids want to transition between the two, or they want to work it into their schedule, the teachers will work with them. You just got to talk to us, and we'll work with your schedule. So it does happen, and we have quite a few kids that do that. Next slide there. What impact does the schedule have on retention in math and other sequential courses? Unfortunately, we don't really have enough data to answer that question. Not yet. We're only in 1 full year. I showed you that our YTOP scores where we did have a massive spike as of last year. So that's our really big data piece from that. We do have our F rate that's down, and our kids are earning credits. We've had other systems as well. We've, as a district, adopted Beyond Textbooks as our curriculum that we follow, and some other system changes that we've had too. So it's really hard to pinpoint one thing down over another. Is this the impact? Is this the impact? Or does it all work together? So it's going to take a little bit of time for us to kind of come to some more bigger conclusions on that. Question on foundations classes. So created these extension classes this year to make sure that kids were giving opportunities within math and English and college and career readiness, which I talked about a little bit ago. Nomenclature for those classes, and the reason why they were created that way is because kids still need foundational skills. They still need ways to apply the skills that they've learned in their classes, and this gives them opportunities to do that. On the ACT math test itself is 40 to 45% foundation math. Starts with elementary and it goes up from there all the way up to pre-algebra. So there's a lot of different concepts inside of like our ACT test that you just need to remember and know from the past. And for those of you that remember taking math, the higher level you get in math, sometimes it's easier to forget some of that other stuff if you don't continually practice it. So making sure that we focus on our foundational skills. ACT English, about 50 to 55% is foundational to general conventions, punctuation, things like that, grammar, making sure you know what your nouns are, your periods, commas, where those things go. And we start that really early on and making sure that we continually to review that. We do want to focus on making sure our students are most successful. So creating these classes was a good way to make sure that we get the well-rounded base. Because when you're taking a geometry class, you're focused on geometry standards. That's a grade 10. That is, you have those standards for that whole class period, and you got to focus on those. Our teachers do the best they can where they can factor in some of those foundational skills, maybe through a warm-up or some other means that they take, or maybe they send some practice home or something like that. But really giving some dedicated time where we can work on those foundational skills, I think is really paying off. There was a question about, does the name affect transcripts? We haven't heard that yet, and we have a pretty good relationship with colleges. So I haven't seen anything about that. When colleges generally look at transcripts, they look at the math classes that kids have taken, which would be like pre-calculus or trigonometry or something of that nature, whatever they're focused in on, depending on the school. Had some questions around Admentum. So Admentum is a program we've had for a couple years. Admentum is a program, there's others out there, that really helps students recover gaps and skills that they may have been missing. So what we see sometimes is that maybe a student was absent for an extended period of time, maybe in 3rd grade, and they missed some concepts along the way. What this program does, it gives a diagnostic test, and we do that a few times a year. It initially gives a diagnostic test, and it gives a bunch of skills in English and literacy. In literacy and math. And so what it does is it kind of factors out what skill gaps kids may or may not have. And then it creates an individualized learning program based upon that so that they have a path that they can recoup those skills. And sometimes maybe it shows that, hey, you're missing these 3rd grade skills for whatever reason, or you're missing these 7th grade skills or whatever, and it gets them onto grade level where they need to be. As you can imagine, that's hard for some of our students and some of our teachers to make sure that we're recovering those gaps, but it is a really good program and we are seeing some success with it. Like any program, it takes a minute to learn it. So we spent last year trying to integrate it different ways and trying to learn from it. We learned a lot. And this year, we've used it in a much more viable way. And so we're continuing to readjust that with our teachers and talk to them and figure out what the best way is to use this program, because ideally, we want to make sure that we're helping all of our students for success. And so we've had some, like I said, some great success through our 9th grade. We did have a 9-point total average in growth in math. We had a little bit of decline in reading, and that could be for different reasons. Our teachers and our staff have had conversations around this. We're not exactly sure. It could be a lot of different reasons. And maybe the students, took the diagnostic the first time around and they thought it was a little easier or something like that, and they took it a little bit more serious the second time around, or vice versa, or whatever. So there's a lot of things that go into that on the literacy side. So we're looking at that and going through. But some of our highlights that we have here, our 9th grade specifically, is we've had a 26-point average test growth in math through the use of the program, and a 16-point total growth in reading through using the program. In our 10th grade, 7 points average in reading as well, which was really great. Should we consider other options, or is this what we want to continue with? I do believe that we can always look at other things. That's fine. But when we look at other things or we decide to go a different route, just because there's always that implementation period of time that we have to work inside of a program. And so it takes some ramp up time to do it. We've already had 2 years invested inside this program. And I do believe that continuing on with it and making sure that we really get what we need out of it is the best course of action. And like I said, we are seeing some improvement and some growth with it. And I think only time will tell with that and getting better with that. Our teachers have been tasked with working in their departments and in their contents and cross-curricular as well to find out how best to do this. Like I said, we've been working with it for 2 years, and our teachers are the best ones in our buildings to kind of speak to this, because they're the ones that use it on a daily basis with our students and making sure that we can maximize the program and what that needs to look like. So we are in those discussions and making sure that we have best plans in place for next year. The schedule itself, these three questions kind of go together. How will we evaluate the schedule over time and getting stakeholder input? What benchmarks or timelines should guide improvement? And what other scheduling models could be considered in the future? Yeah, we're open, right? I think we're continually always looking for what is best. However, whenever we implement, again, a program, you need to give it some time to really get the data out of it to see how it's working. And if you need to make tweaks over time, that's kind of what you do. And we're in our second year of using this program, and it's going to take a few more years to get through this. We have our students for 4 years at a time, and really kind of getting that idea of where our freshmen are that started with this and where they end up leaving us at graduation their senior year is really going to be telling on the successes or the differences that we need to figure out and fix. We will continue to gather and collect feedback. We do send out surveys yearly, so we'll send out a survey, once all of our students have gone through the year, and we'll kind of get some feedback from parents, community, and our staff and students, and make sure that we get that feedback. And if we need to make some tweaks and some things like that, that we make sure that we do that. We do I do talk to our teachers on a regular basis and make sure that they're involved in all of those changes, because ultimately it's going to be them in the classroom that need to roll this stuff out. So timelines for improvement and what kind of guides us. So our implementation year was year 1. Year 2, we made some adjustments and refinements, like we added those extensions, we added the freshman academy, we added all of these different things this year based upon what we had learned from the year before. Year 3, we're going to have, we should have some next year, we should have some really good data points for us to look at. And then year 4, 5 is just kind of really making sure that we have the good solid data behind us to make decisions going forward. And like I said, we can always look at other models and things like that. And I think that's always a good thing. It's always good to be open-minded and take a look at what's out there. And it's really hard because when you look at all the high schools and you look at all the colleges and you look at all the junior highs and all the different schools that are out there, there's lots of different schedules. And you really have to find out what works best for you as a community and you as a school and what meets your needs. And that's where we are. Any questions?
Mr. Straka, I have a couple. It's been a few years, admittedly, since I've taken the ACT, so maybe it's changed, and correct me if it has. But those scores you showed, are those composite scores, I presume?
Yes, they are composite scores. So there has been a change with the ACT, I will say that.
Okay.
But the numbers that we have there are the way that it's pretty much always been. The ACT has changed this year, though.
I was just curious if we've tried to break down that data by subject area, again, to see if there's more of a trending, for example, math that's pulling our average score down, or if we've seen anything like that. The other thing I'd be curious is if we have data on how many times a student's taking the ACT and historical data on that. Do you know if we have that, or if that's something that's been?
So yes, the short answer is yes. Yes,
Okay.
we do have that data and we can pull that. It takes a little bit of time to make sure that we do that, but we do, yes, we
Okay.
can pull that data.
Yeah, I'd just be curious to see it. The other thing I wanted to ask you is about the extensions. I know 2 years ago, we did not have those.
Mhm.
And there was the concern around certain subject areas going semesters at a time, or potentially longer with not having that. And so one of the creative solutions was to implement those. But I'm curious, and again, I don't have high school students, what sort of metrics are we using to measure the effectiveness of those extension classes? And then we've had different things come to the board about some teachers are doing really great with them, others are not. What are we doing to make sure that we're getting that consistency?
I think that's a great question. Thanks for asking that. I think consistency is the key. And excuse me, like anything else, when we roll out something new, there's going to be a little bit of time to kind of figure things out. And we have really been focusing on it as of late, like with the teachers, what is working, what is not working, what can we do to make sure that we change that. And we're getting together as a staff and as departments to make sure that that we can hone in on that consistency. So if that consistency is not there or some other teachers are struggling a little bit with that, we can make sure that everyone is on the same page. So we're working through that right now. I'd like to say that everything is perfect, but there are some challenges within that, and we are addressing those at the school. Our metrics that you had talked about and what we're going to look at, so we'll continue to look at our data, and I think some of that data that I presented, like with our F rates and our ACT and our YTOP and all of those things will be telling about how those programs were effective or not.
Okay, other questions? Josh?
Say, I don't hate those F rate numbers. They look great. Less
Thank
F's
you.
is better, right?
Thank you.
My dad always told me.
Yeah, less on that is better.
Yeah.
You want less of those, more of A's.
I don't have any more questions. I just wanted to make kind of a general comment. Appreciate you putting all this together and running with questions that throughout there. But as I talked to people throughout the month, people in the district and out of it, I was really interested that the sentiment's all over the place, and there are definitely people who see the good and the bad of all of it. And so I actually appreciate that. I think some of the teachers were concerned that they can't get as much done by doing it all at once, but they also feel like they can really focus in on something. But the one thing that kept coming up is that extension period. I think that for the most part, people I talked to were concerned about it just not being effective yet. So is that whatever effort you guys can put into that. I think that most of them saw a value in it too, though. So it wasn't like they didn't see value. They just weren't sure it was honed in yet. So
yeah, and I appreciate that.
So that's kind of but I definitely heard a lot of good and bad, and I heard a lot of people say, well, whichever one we pick, let's just teach these kids. But that was one feedback that maybe there's a way I don't know what extension looks like, but there's some people that most people said there's some room for improvement there.
And I would agree with that. I think we always have room for improvement. And I think, that is an area right there that, like I said, we're working on the consistency and things like that and making sure that that's really working for the intended purpose. And one of the reasons why we moved to those extensions before we had like something called a power hour. And then I think before that was a tiger time. And I don't know if there was other iterations of names before my time. But, making sure that whatever that class is, that it is instructional. And that's what we want to do. So we don't want to go back to what would happen in the past, but we do want to make sure that these are classes that when kids go to, they're learning. And that's the point for all of our classes, right? So I appreciate that.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Straka.
You bet. Anytime.
All right, we will move on to our public comments section. Thank you for attending today's board meeting and for your continued engagement with the district. As we move into the public comment portion, we kindly ask that each speaker limit their comments to one opportunity. If you've already submitted written comments, we kindly request that you refrain from addressing the board again on the same topic. All written comments will be posted in the written public comment section of the agenda for review by all attendees, including trustees. Speakers may comment on district policies, operations, and programs or other matters that relate directly to the school district and the board's business. We ask that issues that are not of general importance to the broader community or relevant to the board's governance of the district should be addressed through appropriate administrative channels. Comments regarding the performance or employment of individual district employees are not permitted during public comment. Formal complaints about school personnel may be submitted to the Board of Trustees in accordance with policy KLD and using the form in KLD-E. Staff complaints or grievances should follow the procedures outlined in policy GBM. Comments regarding individual students will not be permitted. The district's legally prohibited from discussing confidential student matters in a public forum. If you are unable to finish your comments within the allotted 3 minutes, we invite you to submit the remainder in writing to the superintendent or board chair. These submissions will be shared with all board members after the meeting and will receive a response in the same manner as public comments. With that, I will make a comment to the fact that we did receive 2 written public comments, but only one is provided in the agenda. The other one had some personnel identification, so that has been provided to the board for review, and I would direct your attention to that in a more private setting. With that, we'll open it up to in-public comment. In public comments. in person. How about that? There you go.
Members of the board, Superintendent Libby, my name is Sherelle O'Driscoll, and I come here as a parent. I come here tonight because I wanted to give praise to Mr. Lott and Coral Shook at the Rock Springs Junior High. They were able to give my daughter a chance to stand up for herself with their guidance and give her a voice, and I really appreciate that. She was able to confront a student head-on in the office, and they were able to take accountability for actions, and it was done in a very positive way. So I think that accountability can go both ways. It has been portrayed as been very, very negative when people are asking for accountability, but it can also be very positive as well. I too would like to ask for some accountability on your end. I have still received no correspondence from my questions in the written that I wrote in February. And then I have also still not received anything from last meeting as well. Thank you.
So Ms. O'Driscoll, I was going to address this in our response to previous public comments, but I'll just do so now. Concerning your February questions, I will apologize to you. They were purposely avoided. But we have tabled the policy that you asked the questions about, and we're taking some additional time to look into revisions or whatever additional information that we need to. So that one's just on the table for now. As far as your questions in March, our attempt to answer those has been the postings, the communications that we've had that have been posted to the website. We're trying to do that because of all parties involved to just keep the information on the communications back and forth out there in public view. So thank you for that. And again, please accept my apologies on the February meeting. Further public comment? Further public comment? Further public comment? Okay, then we will move on. As I mentioned, those were my responses that I had. So Dr. Libby, I'll turn it over to you for any other responses you might have.
Yes, thank you. I do have some, excuse me, some more responses. I missed some of the sections from Ms. McKee around her concerns around CNN 10. So I wanted to make sure I jump back and readdress those because she did send an email, but she asked that these be addressed in public. So I wanted to do that. In more of her concerns that I missed were around the secretarian nature of what her thoughts were around CNN. In particular, she identified Wyoming Constitution Article 7, Section 12, and that relates specifically to secretarianism in that it's prohibited. So no secretarian instruction, qualifications, or tests shall be imparted, exacted, applied for, or in any manner tolerated in a school or any grade or character controlled by the state, nor shall attendance be required at any religious service wherein, nor shall any secretarian tenets or doctrines be taught or favored in any public school or institution that may be established under this Constitution. So that's the full section of Section 7 of Articles, or Section 12 of Article 7. And I think the beginning portions of it was actually identified around the potential secretarian nature of CNN 10. So if you Google it or you throw it into AI, the traditional term for sectarianism is around religion. But in many instances, it can be looked at very strict or narrow vision of politics or any other type of topic. So with it being looked at through that lens, one of the things that I first and foremost wanted to say from the state constitution itself, it's not, CNN 10 is not a religious avenue. However, if you look at it in a more broader position and you approach it from that manner, depending on what your political belief is, you very well may see some of the topics that come across that could be considered that fashion. So what I want to say to that is news exposure absolutely can increase the stress of a child. And that was one of the pieces that Ms. McKee did bring up. And you're absolutely right. But when it's age appropriate or it's guided, it can be also build understanding, empathy, and critical thinking. So one of the pieces that when they do CNN 10 is to make sure that there's conversation that goes along with it. I would suggest if you are dropping any child in front of the national news and you're allowing to sit there without any constructive conversation from an adult to guide those conversations, you absolutely could build stress, fear, anxiety within our students. CNN 10 is an optional, and it's not required for any schools or any of the instruction that's being provided. So if a family member had an issue or they didn't want their child to be a part of that, they could absolutely reach out to the teacher of the class or the building administrator and just request them to be excused from that learning opportunity, and an alternative learning opportunity would be provided. The whole purpose of it is not just to aim for neutrality in material that is shared with students, but is to broaden perspective and viewpoints across the board. And when we limit the perspectives of some of our students, what we do is you can fall into a space or a place where you get confirmation bias, an echo chamber. Everything that you believe in your beliefs are surrounded by the same folks that echo it back to you, and it can kind of shrink your overall opinion. It can reduce your ability to critically think because you're only hearing the things that you actually believe in and maybe things that don't necessarily challenge you in certain issues. And it can create a greater part of division if you go so far into it that your belief that your ideology turns into your personality. And that when you believe in certain instances that when there's a disagreement, it's not a disagreement maybe about a topic, it's taken as a personal attack. And when you can't separate the two, it makes it very, very difficult to have constructive conversations or the ability to see perspective from multiple angles. It's absolutely expected that it's a guided exposure for students to develop a balance in their understanding. We appreciate the feedback. I would hope and suggest to that Ms. McKee or any parent that had a concern about a resource that was being used, that they reach out to that teacher and express their concerns with that teacher. And they also continue to express those concerns to the building administrator, that if they truly didn't want their child to take part in that educational opportunity, that they have an opportunity to do an alternative assessment or alternative assignment, particularly when the resource is optional and it's not necessarily part of a curricular activity. So is that there is in Mr. Wright, you grabbed the other two. So with that, that's the only public comment we had a response to.
Any other further responses? Okay, then we will move on to the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are matters about which the board has governing policies, implementation of which is delegated to the superintendent. They will be enacted in one motion in the order listed below. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the Board of Trustees votes on the motion unless members of the board request specific items be held and discussed separately and or removed from this section. And as previously done in the meeting, item L was removed from the consent agenda. So if I can please have a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented and amended. It's been moved by Mr. Sorensen. Is there a second? Second by Dr. Franks. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Scrolling down here, item 6, we have the approval of the MOU for the dissolution of the Community Fine Arts Center CFAC board. That MOU has been provided there. So can I please have a motion to approve the MOU?
So moved.
Thank you. It's been moved by Ms. Schumacher. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Anderson. Any discussion on this one? Dr. Libby, you want to provide a quick update, if you will?
Absolutely. Myself and Ms. Murray went to the city meeting here and had a discussion with the folks. So I was kind of aware of this. So the MOU of the dissolution of the Community Arts, Fine Arts Center Board, the board hasn't existed for 10 years. It's been defunct since 2016. So this was actually just trying to get the paperwork in place. Some of the things that I've heard as far as feedback or things that were out there is that like the artwork's going to be pulled back and we're not going to have our school artwork down at the Community Fine Arts Center. That's not the case. What's happening is I have a belief that the MOU is going to be rewritten. I think the folks that have been running it before was the library board. So the library board, I think, has actually been really involved in the operations of the Fine Arts Center because they're connected to each other. So this just gives us an opportunity to go back, rework the MOU because it's been defunct for a decade, and see what we can do to get back into a working relationship so that it leads up to date. I do know one of the things that is absolutely going to occur is that there was a financial support the school district was providing, and it hadn't been touched in decades. So my belief is that they are probably going to come back and ask for more financial assistance and support for that program because there's, just like us in the state, they had their budgets cut as well through property tax. So some of the money that goes to support some of those centers are also in danger of being lost as well. So I won't be surprised if there's a question that the funds that they're asking for to continue to operate comes back a little bit higher than what we've been paying in the past.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of approving the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item 7 is our board information. There's the vacancy notice there as well as the Head Start April board report. Please ensure that you review those. And we'll move on to item 8. If I can please have a motion to go into executive session. It's been moved by Dr. Franks. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Anderson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. I will comment that I do not expect any action upon our return.
No, are you?
We're ready to go. Good. All right, if we can have a motion to return to the regular meeting, please. It's been moved by Dr. Franks. Is there a second? Second by Melissa. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Excellent. And if we can have a motion to adjourn the meeting. Been moved by Dr. Franks. Is there a second? Second by Melissa again. Thank you very much. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Meeting's closed at 10:36.
You should have grabbed a whole bunch of those beef sticks to get out of stomach.